Okay, cool. So Layer 2 Labs is this idea about a Bitcoin technology called Drive Chain. And could someone remind me how much time I have before I do Q&A?
Yes, yes. After your speech, you have 20 minutes Q&A.
Great.
And yeah, we can ask you some questions of Layer2 Labs and let our audience know more about Layer2 Labs. Yeah.
Okay, great. But how much time do you want me to speak for?
I think 50 minutes, it's depended by yourself. Yes, it's your freedom.
Okay, sorry, what did you say? What number was it again? You cut out a little.
15,
15
yeah.
minutes.
Okay, great. Cool. So I am a Bitcoin researcher and I wrote a lot about Bitcoin, quite a bit. And Adam Back linked to one of my posts a long time ago in December 2014, which was sort of my big break, so to speak. And this led eventually to me creating this company, Layer2 Labs, to help Bitcoin dominate the world. But between now and then, I give various technical talks about Bitcoin. I publish research. I publish many ideas, some of which people really like, some people don't like, some are controversial, some have become mainstream, some people still don't understand. But two of them became BIPs 300 and 301, and those became Drive Chain, which became part of why I started Layer2 Labs. And the idea behind BIP 300 is very bold. And I have some three favorite endorsements here, which is Adam Back saying that they would probably be cooler than Taproot, which is what Bitcoin spent the last 5 years working on. He said this on Baltic Honey Badger in front of everyone on stage, recorded. The creator of Nostr, the co-creator, really, he thinks that without Drive Chain, Bitcoin will basically collapse. So that's nice. And then Rene Picard, the author of Mastering Lightning, he said, we need your project, of course, for the obvious reasons. So I have quite a bit of an elite endorsement. If you go to, there's much more than 47 now. We keep adding to this list, but you can go to layer2labs.com/friends to get an idea of the scope of this idea. And my claim is that we don't have time to go into all these at all, but the idea is that this BIP 300 solves all Bitcoin's biggest problems. It's currently very fashionable for people to pretend like Bitcoin doesn't have any problems at all, but I think it actually has quite a few. These are all related to the inability for someone to make a change to the protocol. So if you want to change the protocol, it must be a hard fork or even a soft fork, and you can't really obtain either. So I claim it's going to be that we solve all these problems with zero risk to Bitcoin at all. So the idea is that, I mean, I'll get more into this in a moment, but the idea is that whatever type of protocol you want, if you want like a Filecoin or a Zcash or whatever, you can do that on top of Bitcoin, but there's only one coin. Only the orange coin is needed and the other coins are not needed. And so it's kind of a cool thing because we have competition on the right things. We have developers competing for users, but they don't compete for like marketing the coin. And I see it kind of like this. We're turning an old rotary phone into a new smartphone. It can still do everything that a phone can do, which is call someone from one house to another house. But it can also do many, many other things. And this is key because of the network effects of money. The more things you can use money for, the bigger it will be. People prefer to use the money that their friends are using. So it's also key because of what's called the universality of computation. Anything you can do, anything one device can do, another device could do. So the devices can all emulate each other, and that means that one of them will become all-purpose, or all of them will. And at that point, the only thing they will compete on is their network effect. Okay. So I think I'm going to just skip to this part and then I'll do this one here. I'll say, we have all these problems that I list, but one is called heterogeneity, which is that people are different and transactions are different. So you have this idea is that some people want to say, oh, Bitcoin does seem great, but can it do smart contracts? Or can it do, and can it do like a file storage, permanent file storage, which we might hear more about later today. But it's like, can we do all these things? And then normally you have to say blah, blah, blah. But then with this idea, you just say yes. And then, you have someone who they may have a fringe, they have a weird idea. Like this is the case where the idea is terrible. But even if the idea is good, you would still want to pick it up. So instead of having to go through the Bitcoin core development process, which is very, very slow and kind of terrible, you can just easily pick it up tomorrow. So something like 119, which people hated at first, and then they really hated it 2 years ago, but now they like it. So I'll skip this part because what I wanted to get to is this. You need different chains for different users. So like, but even within a user, they might spend part of their day in a certain mode. Like they might be buying coffee with, 99% of their activities might be just normal activities. And 1% may require some kind of extreme cypherpunk privacy, some political subversion or something like that. Now, it's not going to work at all if they use 99%. Every legitimate thing is paid for with, Venmo or WeChat Pay or whatever. That's no good because then there's no justification for, like then every illicit thing is paid for with crypto. So we needed to make it so that even the unstigmatized, even the dark transactions are in Bitcoin. So we basically need, what the irony is that if we want to have a decentralized, private, censorship-resistant Bitcoin, we need to have a centralized, non-private, highly difficult, expensive full node Bitcoin. But even within the same user, so not only are people different, but within a single day, a person's use case can change. And then the other thing, BIP 300 actually solves all these other things. It does. We can scale. We can achieve planetary scale the next day. We can copy the Zcash drive chain and have perfect privacy. There's no need to have a there's no need to have an altcoin ever to achieve a new feature. So this eliminates the excuse to have it. There's no real reason. But if we don't have something like this, if the world or Bitcoin doesn't have the ability to emulate any feature, then how can we tell people not to launch a new coin? Because they say they care a lot about whatever. They care about ring signatures, so they must be able to launch their thing. Yeah, with BIP 300, miners collect all the fees from all the chains for free in return for doing no additional work. And that's great because it's a lot easier to collect 10 cents from like 1 million transactions and get a huge amount of revenue from that than it is to collect a very high fee from a very small number of transactions. This idea also allows us to shrink L1 and freeze the spec, so it actually stops L1 from changing. And we can use Bitcoin for real world tasks. So like, I think Namecoin is big, which I call Bitnames when it's a sidechain. And I think prediction markets will be big. There's a lot of like media type things that I think Bitcoin will do. And then finally, the zero risk part is the key thing to explain. BIP 300 is an easy soft fork to add to Bitcoin, and it's easy to remove. So you add the soft fork, and you have a new Bitcoin core that's interoperable with the old one. But if you just take the old one, or if you take a brand new one, and then soft fork it, do exactly what you did before, a new soft fork that bans all these transactions, you just go back to the orange one that you started. So this is the big thing, and we can go into like a lot of these details, but that's the big picture overview. And it's 8:15 here, so we said 15 minutes. I am happy to continue to speak on all my little slides here, and all my little examples. And I have details of the BIP text. I think one thing that we should try to emphasize is, let's try to say one last thing. Where is it though? Oh yeah, here it is. So I'm not sure if I actually have time to make it in a short way, but the idea is that inputs, getting in is instant and always works, and from L1 to L2, but L2 is very slow. And this is designed to make it very, very auditable what is happening, so that it's clear to anyone if miners do the wrong thing in facilitating these withdrawals, that it was totally 100% intentional, and that they are pulling the plug on this idea. They are essentially putting us back, like I said, with this thing. They're essentially putting us back and deactivating the feature. So the feature is only live for as long as they do the right thing, and the right thing is very easy to measure. So that's some of my thoughts, and it's a complicated idea, unfortunately. I mean, it's very simple to me, but it's very easily misunderstood, I'm afraid. So I'm happy to take any questions or to continue to speak. So yeah, so LayerTwo Labs has been funding some of this development and funding this research. And we produce software. We have clones of the latest version of Ethereum, clones of the latest version of Zcash. We have clones of quite a few different chains, and we have some chains that we've written ourselves. We have a large block sidechain that's written from scratch in Rust. We have a Namecoin as a sidechain that we've rewritten from scratch in Rust. So we're doing quite a bit. And you can download all of that at drivechain.info/releases, or you can go to layer2labs.com also. That is, let's see this thing. That is around 15 minutes. So
Okay.
yes,
Thank you, Paul, for your such
thank
a
you.
brilliant speech. Are you finished or not?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think that is next will be the Q&A time. I think many people must have questions for you and LayerTwo Labs. I think Sam, Sam, are you there? Sam?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think Sam Williams. Yes, I think you could if you have any questions of LayerTwo Labs and Paul, and you could ask him, and I think you can do it at that event, because the event is freestyle. Yes, so let's begin.
Hey, well, hey,
Oh.
good to meet you. So I mean, I have a lot of personal questions. I think it's a very, very interesting project. We've been following DriveChain for a while.
Yeah.
But I'll ask the one that I think like everyone that comes across the design first has, and then maybe that gives you the opportunity to talk about it, which is what stops the sidechain operators, if that's what you guys call them. You call them sidechain still? Yeah. Running off with the money, right? So some tokens deposited, for, I don't know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever that is, Bithereum, and then the operators just decide to take the cash. And so I hear the argument that that's basically shutting down the sidechain, but obviously the users
they might want to shut it down. Yeah,
but the users of the sidechain would want it to be trustless, right? It would be
yes. Okay. The reason why I think I'm all for that. Okay, I wish that were possible, but back in 2015, I had a list of reasons why I thought that would never happen. And mostly the list has held up really, really well. So first of all, what just to answer the question, what does keep them what keeps them honest is that the sidechain operators are sort of It's really the miners who, they don't do the day-to-day, but since everything has to go, this is part of the, let me start over. This is the big picture reason, which is that 51% hash rate, they can censor any message they want from L1 at all, whenever they want. So in proof of work, you can never, they decide what makes it into the blockchain, because they're the ones who decide whether or not they saw something or whether or not they just never saw it. And the idea is the transaction fee keeps them honest. So since they can do that, they can also interfere with the L2. Because every L2, you have to join on L1 and then come back on L1. So what I took out a piece of paper to design this, I thought, what do we have, what kind of things do we have the power to change or maybe control? And which things are complete lost cause? And I kind of wrote this on my list, which is that the 51% are dishonest. You're kind of doomed anyway. And this has actually been borne out a lot more. For example, I was saying this about the Lightning Network in 2015, that miners can just steal from it. And people are like, what? But now people have come around to admitting that that is the case. And so, because in Lightning Network, they just censor the justice transaction. This is very easy. And Rene Picard, the guy who wrote Mastering Lightning, like I said, he's actually explained this in detail, like on mailing lists. And now yesterday, it's not a huge deal, but there's a Lightning attack that involves just the fees, bumping a fee above another fee, which you can see how that is actually just an imperfect version of just the miners just straight up, because the miners interpret the fee. So they could just say, well, we want this one to pay a higher fee. So the answer to the question is that the miners are the ones who get all of they're ultimately in control. 51% hash rate's ultimately in control at the end of the day, and they get all the money also. So just an L2, if you just look at like what fees or today, I don't know, it changes day by day, but on this day it was about 7 million for ETH. I think on the weekend it comes down. So it's 2 million today. So it's not a great day, but 2.3 on the average. So you say we're talking millions of dollars a day. Depends on the day, of course. But if that's the amount of money that's coming in, just the net present value of that is whatever this is, which is like, it's like 216 million per month on whatever day it was I did this research. And then at this NPV, net present value at 8%, that is but somewhere between $4 and $33 billion. So there's no guarantee that it actually worked, but if we had I say that's today's prices, that's 1.27 million BTC, and it's 227,000 BTC for 10 drive chains. And that's quite a bit, of course. This is comparable to what is in, like the Lightning Network only has 4,000 or 5,000 BTC in it, and Liquid only has a few thousand BTC in it. And I don't know exactly the number on what wrapped BTC is, but it's something like this number. And so the idea is the miners get a certain amount, but like the net present value sort of equalizes the things, but they get a certain amount of money by just keeping it going. A certain amount of money is constantly coming in. And then if they pull the plug on that, the value of other mining hardware would fall by $33 billion. So so it's a kind of a question of like, if more than this amount is deposited, then it would become insecure. Or if the fees, the expectation of the future fees falls, it will all become insecure. So it's all about this economics. But other than that, there really is nothing that stops them from taking the money. But that is what gives it the freedom to, because everything else has these big constraints. You have to be able to pull it to L1 in order to enforce it on L1, and including the ZK. So even if you have something like a ZK proof thing, I had considered that idea because it had already been invented in 2015. But I thought, well, ultimately, it doesn't actually make any difference, because first of all, you're going to have to get the prover on. This is a relatively minor thing, but it's actually insurmountable so far, which is you have to get the prover on L1. So you are forcing L1 to process everything, or for it to be possible to process everything. And there'd be so much bike shedding about like which algorithms to use, which prover to use, whatever. It would never. And I don't even know. I think that literally a betting man would say that it would be at least 5 years before, and even from today. So I was right to throw that idea away. But the bigger picture is that the miners could censor the L1 ZKP if they really wanted to. So if they're determined to steal, and it's all the money's in this one chain, and they can write some other version of the chain for free with merge mining or whatever it is, where they have the money and then publish it on L1, and then someone says, no, they have the ZK proof of that. Like that's not what happened. Because all that's necessary is that they own the money at some point in history on the L2. So even in the case with the ZK provers guaranteeing every single step, if they just temporarily become into ownership of the coins and then they sell them away and the equivalent of 6 confirmations happens, but it's before it checks in on L1, then they can check in on L1 with that and say that was the last block that ever was made. So I kind of punted on that. I said, look, there's no fixing that. And then I said, well, given I just assume that we have 51% honest hash rate, and I said, we'll shore it up as much as possible. So it was the delay and making there be only one withdrawal every 3 months and having it all be the same withdrawal for everyone. That lets us to, at least in the L2 sidechain software, you can publish the hash of this withdrawal everywhere. You can have everyone see it so that it's just in public. And it's very, very slow so that literally everyone will know that the withdrawal is wrong. So it's basically similar to like, you know, what is called weak subjectivity by Vitalik or something, where it's like and this is the type of thing that would work on L2, but it doesn't really work on L1, I think. But to some extent, it does work on L1 because Vitalik said we could push the envelope in this direction. And he was sort of right. He was sort of right about saying, well, you know, how do you find the hash of, you know, the correct Bitcoin software? How do you know when you download Bitcoin Core, you're doing something? So he was right that there was a little bit of glue there. And so I use a similar thing where I say, well, maybe this won't work, but it probably would because it's not. But yeah, like I'm not going to make any guarantee about this being the perfect idea, but actually as time has gone on, it looks better and better and better and better. And other things look worse and worse and worse and worse. I'll give you just one more example and then I'll stop talking. But the principle of it always being possible to drag the transaction from L2 to L1, that also I think is actually a dead idea because not everyone can use L1. So this is like a darling idea. I don't remember exactly what it's called, unilateral withdrawal or something, this principle. This is like a very important idea for Lightning and for Arc. And even when I was first shopping this idea around back in the day, they said, oh, people told me the sidechain should calculate how it would pay everyone off and give everyone those transactions. But that's also kind of, it's just not going to work because 8 billion people can't use L1. And therefore, if 8 billion people are on L2, they can't go from L2 to L1. So it's also insurmountable. If they would fit on L1, then, so of course we want to give everyone some way of coming back, but we can't actually give them we can't give it to them up front. We have to hope that the coins will further change hands on L2 before they come back to L1. So that, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but that type of thing really requires it to be very loose. You can never have like a snapshot of L2 and then deploy it on L1 because the snapshot will never fit. So you have to hope that there's some people who are going around it who are on L2 who are saying, okay, I will consolidate all the coins into one output and then take it on. I'll be the one guy who does that. And so it needs to be more flexible. And another thing, I thought I said, the final thing just to mention is that when I get older, you know, as years have gone by, I can kind of compare it more to how does the actual financial system work. The actual financial system does not work like Lightning or Arc, where stuff is like over collateralized. There are some things like the repurchase agreements, which are like over collateralized lending. So, and those are trillions of dollars a day. So that's a lot. But in general, things work on credit. So they're under collateralized. In fact, they have almost zero collateral in the real world. So it just kind of makes me think that it's the wrong direction. Like with Arc is like Lightning Network or Arc, there's a coin backing each thing. Whereas there's coins in the sidechain. So the sidechain is like 100% backed. And then they kind of change hands. It's just a little bit looser. And I just kind of think, well, the real world is much looser than that. Or the real world at least has this huge spectrum of like extremely tight to extremely loose. you know, and most people, when you go and sit down at a restaurant and you start ordering, they have no idea if you have enough money to pay, you know, but it's just like, it's just looser in the real world, you know. You go to the dentist and then they invoice you, you know, people invoice you. They don't like, you don't like post 200% collateral most of the time. So yeah, those are some of my thoughts.
Right. Interesting. I mean, I have further questions, but
yeah.
Does anyone else from the audience want to
ask? I'm going to cut in line and ask a new question.
Yes, maybe I think many audience have many questions, but we have no time.
Oh, okay.
But our audience and our guests, maybe you can DM for each other and you can have further communication. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your excellent speech, and thank you for good questions. And next, maybe after Paul's speech, we will have another guest speaker from Arweave Eco. It's Sam. So Sam, so I think let us give the warm welcome to Sam Williams, founder of Arweave. And I think, Sam, you can share your screen, yes, to us.
Sure. Hey, everyone. Oh, no. Trying to share my screen is asking me to open system preferences. This has been a surprise. It says it wants me to quit and reopen. Okay, I will be back in just a moment. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. Hey, Paul. I think that time you can maybe continue your points to our audience, because we are really interested.
Okay. Do you, well, maybe someone has a question if they have a, oh wait, no, Sam seems back.
Okay.
Oh, Sam, come back. Okay. You can share your screen.
Excellent. Okay. Does everyone see me and hear me all right? And my slides.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great to speak here with members of the Bitcoin community as well as the Arweave community. Arweave is very much inspired, I think, by some of the ideas of Bitcoin. But we'll get into that in just a second. First, I want to say that while I was the person that founded Arweave, I only today speak for Forward Research, which is one of at least 8 other institutions that are all committed to pushing the adoption of Arweave. So we don't have an ecosystem as widely disparate as Bitcoin, but we have deliberately engineered this such that there are many different people running organizations that have many different voices about what the future of Arweave should look like. And so I'm happy to just represent one of those today. Okay, so what's the big idea here? Well, I think that when Bitcoin started, Satoshi, interestingly, before Bitcoin was used for the transfer of value, embedded a newspaper article headline said, "Chancellor on brink of second bailout of banks," for banks rather, in the first block of the Bitcoin network. And this is pretty interesting, because this, would you say, record of history, unlike any other record of history before it, was stored in, when I checked this yesterday, at least 16,000 places around the world in a cryptographically verifiable way without a single leader. And this is quite a compelling idea, because before this, if you wanted to create a sort of decentralized archive of any form, the appropriate way to do it was to try and use something like a distributed hash table. But the problem with the distributed hash table is that it has no incentives to replicate the data. So the data might be in the network somewhere, and there's mechanisms to try and find it if it is in the network. But if there are no incentives, then the access time on average in practice becomes many minutes. And so it's really not a fantastic mechanism for archiving data just from that point of view, but also fundamentally, if you don't pay people, they don't replicate the data. And what Bitcoin did here was created an incentive for people to replicate this record of history. And so that gives rise to an obvious idea, right? Which is, well, can we create a Library of Alexandria or an equivalent, a modern day equivalent inside a similar system, such that we can create records of history that are never forgotten? And why would that matter? Well, I think Orwell said it best: the person that controls the past, the person that controls the present controls the past. The person that controls the past controls the future. That is, if you are the person that has control over what people are thinking and talking about, then you can control their, what do you say, perception of their context, their history as a people, across the world. And as a consequence of controlling the way that they think about their history and the context in which they find themselves, you control how they act in the future. Well, a decentralized archive would have no centralized rulers, right? So nobody could have, what do you say, their finger on the scale of how people interpret history. And I think that this is an extremely powerful idea and one worth pursuing. And it's essentially what we started pursuing when we started Arweave. So the first thing we did when we looked at the structure of Bitcoin, well, actually, the first plans for Arweave when it started, it's called Archain at the time, were very, very, very basic. When we were first exploring this idea, it was like, well, what if we could just increase the size of Bitcoin blocks? It's like, and at the same time, minimize the size of archival records that we wanted to store. So we were thinking, could you take a web page, you could extract out the text from the web page, get that down to about 1 or 2 kilobytes, then, how many of those could be fit inside a Bitcoin block? Still not enough. So maybe you create larger blocks, and obviously larger blocks is centralization in a traditional blockchain system. But we looked at that direction, and then we looked deeper instead. And at the time, I was working on a PhD in distributed systems, operating system design, and so we had some background in this area and proof systems that were relevant. And eventually we ended up coming up with a design that has changed a few times and is now what we call succinct proofs of random access. So the broad principle is that instead of having a traditional mining system where you are guessing random nonces and then hashing them to check whether they satisfy a difficulty requirement, instead what we do is it's a little bit complicated, perhaps I won't discuss it all here. But essentially what we're doing is we're getting miners to replicate the data set and then stochastically checking the presence of that data set, while also checking or creating an incentive for replica completeness. So I mentioned the complexities of distributed hash table, how to describe them? Distributed hash table search time inefficiencies. And fundamentally, the reason that that's a problem is because if you were to try and solve a problem in a traditional distributed systems environment or computer science environment, actually in any form, the first thing you would do if faced with the task of how do I locate data or something like this, is you would try and make an efficient encoding of the data set. So a mapping of some sort, an index that will help you navigate the data set, typically arranged in some kind of tree structure. Well, the problem with a distributed hash table is because it has permissionless joining and leaving of the set of active nodes. You can't organize the data set in a particularly efficient way. And this leads to long access times. And so we're also thinking about this over the years with Arweave. How would we make it so that you can find all the pieces of data quickly without ending up in that same problem set? And we realized that what you can do is you can essentially incentivize miners to have access to the full data set. And then you can sort of punt the problem to them and basically say, well, look, if you can't access the full data set, then you can't mine efficiently. And so there's some complexities in this algorithm with Arweave 2.6, but it essentially says, look, you can mine if you just store random bits of data, but if you want to mine efficiently, you have to organize with your friends until you have a full replica of the data set. And then of course, if one miner can route from any byte in the network to any other byte, then when a user comes along and says, hey, do you have my data? They might say no, but they will know actually where to send them to. And so they can charge for that service of sending them to that piece of data if they so desire. Anyway, so we made it so that you can fit arbitrary amounts of data essentially on chain yes, inside a blockchain-like mining system. But that creates another problem, right? Which is, well, okay, now if you can, I mean, Bitcoin has this problem to some extent in a smaller way, this problem that you have an ever-growing ledger. Now you need something to pay for that. And Bitcoin basically says, well, if the block size is capped, then actually, while the data set may grow over time arbitrarily, it'll be capped in the amount to which it grows. So imagine that the max speed at which the Bitcoin blockchain could grow is, to make it simple to understand, 1 gigabyte per year, or one, let's say, terabyte, more reasonable, per year. Okay, well, in year 1, we might have 1 terabyte worth of data. And in year 2, we have 2 terabytes of data. So it's doubled in size. But by year 10 to year 11, it's actually only increased in size 10%, right? It's gone from 10 terabytes to 11 terabytes. So actually the proportionate increase in size of the Bitcoin blockchain is sort of declining over time as long as you're working at maximum capacity. And that's interesting because it interacts with the declining cost of storage. In fact, if the declining cost of storage in a given year is higher than that increase, then peculiarly the cost of storing the Bitcoin blockchain or ledger has decreased in the year, even though the ledger has increased in size. Well, Arweave takes this whole idea essentially a step further and says, okay, well, what if when you put data into the network, you pay for, say, 200 years worth of storage, enough to be the seed of an endowment. And then rather than taking that capital and hunting in the economy for yield with which to generate a return and to buy things as a traditional endowment works, what if we just sat on that capital? And then as the cost of storage declines over time, which is essentially a deflationary effect of technology, we can get access to the good that we need, which is storage, at a cheaper price. And so you can play this out and you say, okay, imagine static token prices for a moment. And of course, that doesn't happen in practice. They vary wildly, but which affects your endowment lifetime. But there's no way around that fundamentally. But so imagine for a moment that they were static. You essentially have this situation where, well, at the first year you put, or at moment 0, T0, you put 200 years worth of storage costs inside. At the end of the first year, you will have 199, right? Apart from, well, if the cost of storage has declined somewhat in the environment, there's a deflation of that value, in which case you might actually have more. And in the past, the declining cost of storage has been around 30% on average for the last 50 years. Now, it won't necessarily be that high for the very, very long term, but Arweave is essentially saying, well, if it's above 0.5%, then you should, at the end of the first year, have more storage purchasing power than you did at the start. It's essentially a storage endowment. So you match these two things together and you create a permanent data storage system inside a decentralized network. It's essentially like a blockchain. Okay, so we've been running the system in practice for 5 years at this point. It has stored, I think at this point, somewhere along the lines of 1.2 or 1.3, maybe somewhere between 1.15 and 1.3 billion pieces of information. Well, let's jump into what some of those things are. So the first use of the system that was an important record of history, I think, was from the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in, I believe this was December 2018, about 6 months after the network had started. There was an incident in the Sea of Azov near Ukraine and Russia, where essentially Russian troops had boarded a Ukrainian naval boat and taken some of the sailors captive. I believe they were released a few days later, but at the time this was a pretty serious escalation. And we managed to capture inside the system some of the earliest press releases about it. And they are records of history that are now stored in, at the current time, I think about 700 to 800 different places. And those are nodes that are online. If you think about the replicas of the Arweave dataset that are currently not online, it's many, many more. And so those are stored in so many places around the world, it would be realistically impossible for any one side of this conflict to destroy them, unless we had like a one world government. That's the one attack vector for Arweave we can't really get around. If everyone in the world is on one side of the political equation at some point, then there might be danger. But that has never happened before and doesn't look like it will happen for a very long time. So as long as there is multipolarity in the world, then this decentralized network can essentially sit between the content policies of both and would you say, expose a basket, a bundle of those content policies, right? The superset of them, which keeps the data set safe. And also caught at the same time was one of the, I think, the first English language article from a Russian news outlet, arguably propaganda outlet. Here it was Sputnik, which was stored inside the system. And this was pretty interesting because this was an article that said, it was essentially written in a quasi-pro-Ukrainian voice, which is peculiar, of course, because they came from the Russian government, and it was deleted 14 minutes later. But we have a copy of this, what the writers at Sputnik actually thought of this incident before they were told to evidently change the line to something more pro-Russian. And this is a record of history that, as Orwell described, couldn't be memory holed. There's no way to get rid of it now. Doesn't matter what the Russian government thinks, it's in so many places, just can't be destroyed. It's not just the Russian government, though. About a year later, I believe, September 15th, 2019, a year later, there was an incident where someone captured a press release about a sexual assault charge on a member of the military of Canada that was stored inside the system. And then a few days later, it was deleted because the charges have been dropped, although that doesn't change the history that very much the charges happened. But the Canadian government would like you to believe that that history does not exist, and yet it does exist inside Arweave. One of the elegant things here you can see is that this has been confirmed over 1 million times at this point. So just like the record of history that Satoshi put in the first block of Bitcoin, that is buried under a proof of work now. The same is true in Arweave. So if you were to try and rewrite history and somehow remove this, you would have to go back in time 1 million Arweave blocks and produce a huge amount of work in order to attempt to convince people that there was an alternate history. It's just not feasibly possible. More recently, about 77, I think, million pieces of data from the start of the Ukraine conflict were stored inside the Arweave network. Many of these have logs of history that I think both sides would potentially want to have forgotten, but the point is to create a neutral ledger that cannot be, what do you say, that neither side can dominate, a neutral ledger of history that is available for all people, or as many people as we can possibly make it, to see without changes being made. And most recently, there's a push in the Arweave ecosystem to store information out of the Israel-Palestine or Gaza conflict. Currently, they've stored 33,000 records. And one of the interesting things here is that after the archival efforts from the start of the war, in the second phase of the start of the war in Ukraine last year, there was a push to create a platform that would allow people in the Arweave community to collectively contribute Arweave tokens in order to archive this data. This essentially became something called Alex for Alexandria. And here, 11 people, members of the community have contributed 11 tokens, which sit in a pool, which an archival node essentially can go and take from. And so you can set up your own pool, and they can take from these community contributions and archive data from them. And so here they've stored 33,000 records of all sorts of things that are important for humanity not to forget. There's probably a couple of other things to go through, but we'll leave it there. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, I think if anyone have questions, you can open your mic and ask Sam. Oh, it seems like you mute yourself, right?
Oh, my camera is doing something weird. Well, okay, I think it's a very interesting idea. The idea is not necessarily that, because like maybe only a few people, you mentioned that maybe a miner doesn't have the file, but they know where they know how to get to the file. But everyone is like sharing one library, like that image you had is like,
Yes, essentially one large
yes.
data set.
Yeah. And then what some people do, the Bitcoin culture, which does this terribly, because this is an annoying thing about Bitcoin, but it's it's a side story. But what Bitcoin thing would be to like put the hash of the data on with like the timestamp, and then have it yourself, and then give the whole thing, the whole bundle to someone. Say, listen, I prove that it's real. I prove that it really existed before this time.
Yeah, that's we think that's better than nothing. And there's certainly, we actually have like a version of that I think is a better evolution too. If you were to go that direction, obviously hashes are way smaller, so that saves money and makes it possible to do on chains that don't have arbitrary amounts of on-chain storage. But a sort of middle point is storing BitTorrent. Yeah, not quite the whole torrent file.
Like the info hash or something. Yeah.
Exactly, the info hash and related stuff, so that if it was available in a distributed network, you can get access to it. And so actually one of the first uses of Arweave was to upload all of the torrents from the Internet Archive. So you at least had censorship-resistant distributed access to that data, as well as verifiability that the data hasn't changed over time. Although BitTorrent, I think by default, still uses MD5 hashes, which is
That
not
is
exactly
funny. It's a throwback to an earlier era.
Right,
Simpler
exactly.
time.
Yeah, simpler time.
The
Yeah,
internet was mostly text. I wish we
right.
could go back, honestly.
Interesting. Yes, but the idea of Arweave is to take that further and say, well, you should actually replicate all of the data if possible, because
Yeah.
one person being entrusted with the archival activities is obviously only going to last so long, right? They will eventually forget
Right.
or move on.
Could be like an Infura has the library, they sell access, then it's just the idea though. It's just a different format of the same idea.
Yeah, well, I mean, so if you're in Arweave land, would just be a gateway, right? And you can use gateways, and you can pay for better access via gateways and that kind of thing, for sure. And then we use BitTorrent like data sharing in the background. So you need access to the data, right, in order to mine. And so you do optimistic tit for tat, essentially, to replicate the data around in many places. You can also pay for access using this thing called P3, which essentially the PermaWeb payment protocol is more or less payment channels just for accessing chunks
Cool.
from the.
Very neat.
Thanks. All right, Carl. Any other questions, or are we?
Yeah, so any other questions? If not, we will go on. Hello. Okay. No, no one want to ask. But if you want to ask Sam and Paul, please DM them on Twitter. Yeah, you can find them anytime. So next, we will going to, I think, let us give the most warm welcome to I think is Andre Serrano from Stacks. Yes, and he's also OG from Bitcoin Eco. Yeah, so Andre, can you test your mic and share your screen? Okay.
Yeah. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, sure. I'm sorry for the delay, but okay.
Yeah, no problem. Perfect. I'll go ahead and share my screen. But yeah, thanks for having me here today. My name is Andre Serrano. I'm the product lead at the Stacks Foundation. We're primarily focused on infrastructure and R&D on top of Bitcoin. Specifically, I'm building a protocol called SBDC, which is a decentralized way to move Bitcoin from the L1 onto the Stacks network. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that today.
Anyway.
I'm going to be sharing my screen now. Let's see. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Great. So the title of my talk today is called Growing the Bitcoin Economy, Building Bitcoin-Powered Applications Using SBDC. I'm going to talk a little bit about why I believe that Bitcoin is well positioned to be the foundation of this decentralized economy. And to begin my talk, I'd like to talk a little bit about the case for Bitcoin and why I believe that it is so well positioned for this use case. And first of all, Bitcoin provides ownership over your financial data. It allows anyone in the world to send and receive money without going through any sort of central counterparty. That means that nobody can be excluded from the network on the basis of their background alone. It is a censorship-resistant store of value, and Bitcoin really is for everyone. And it's also the chance to rebuild our financial system on a solid foundation through a system that is more secure, more resilient, and more transparent than fiat central banking. And for these reasons, Bitcoin represents hope. It really represents economic freedom and self-sovereignty for millions of people around the world through a currency that can't be confiscated or devalued. And for these reasons, and those are some of the reasons why it is well positioned to be the base layer of the digital economy. And to understand sort of where Bitcoin is headed, I'd like to talk a little bit about Bitcoin's history. So, the Bitcoin white paper first appeared in 2008. And by 2013, we started to see some of the first projects launching on Bitcoin. Mastercoin is an example of an early project. And then over the past, call it 5 years, we entered what is known as the digital gold era for Bitcoin, where Bitcoin really became a reserve asset, given its characteristics of being a form of sound money. However, I believe that Bitcoin is more than just a form of digital gold that really just kind of sits on your cold storage device without any sort of productive use cases to it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm excited. As of this year, we started to see so much innovation returning to the Bitcoin ecosystem. The number of the overall developer interest and number of developers on Bitcoin has been growing tremendously this year. There's been protocols like ordinals and BRC20s as a result of the Taproot upgrade. SBDC is another such example of a project trying to build more programmability on top of Bitcoin, and it's really why I'm excited for this next phase of Bitcoin's development, where you can offer a lot more expressivity and programmability on top of the network. And again, we know Bitcoin is well suited for this purpose because it is the most available and secure settlement layer. It settles over $15 trillion in annual transaction volume and has had 100% uptime over the past 10 years. However, despite these advantages, Bitcoin is still limited in scalability and programmability. And these choices are by design in order to provide more stability and reliability at the base layer and reduce the overall attack surface for vulnerabilities. But I've talked to a lot of developers, and a few themes around some common challenges have emerged. One is high transaction fees, especially during periods of network congestion. Slow block times, which is a really poor user experience, especially for developers having to wait 10 to 30 minutes at times, and a lack of expressivity in Bitcoin's script. So even though there's been a lot of new experimentation happening this year, it's still really difficult to build more expressive smart contract functionality on the Bitcoin layer 1. So the key question is, how do we bring DeFi to Bitcoin? SBDC is really what we're focused on. It's a Bitcoin-backed programmable asset that the goal for it is to put your Bitcoin to work in a secure and decentralized way. So here's how that works. A user would send Bitcoin to the SBDC protocol multisig, which is secured by a threshold set of signers. These signers are running a version of a stack signer node, which reads Bitcoin blocks and can detect that that transaction has confirmed. At that point, SBDC is minted on the Stacks layer, in which it is fully able to be used in DeFi, NFTs, and other smart contract-based applications. Here's some of the advantages and why people might want to use a protocol like this. First of all, it's permissionless, which is different than the vast majority of similar projects that are on the market that tend to use a more of a federated or closed multi-sig model, where there's a handful of trusted entities that are responsible for securing the Bitcoin that is being held. SBDC is an open membership model. It means that anyone can run a validator and contribute to the security of the network and process the peg in and peg out transactions. It's fast, so with the upcoming Nakamoto upgrade on the Stacks layer, we expect transaction latency to be reduced to around 5 seconds. So this can really be a true scalability solution for Bitcoin. And with these new consensus rules, transactions on the Stacks layer will receive 100% of Bitcoin's rework resistance by removing the ability to fork the Stacks network. And lastly, there's a better UX than building on the Bitcoin L1, thanks to a lot of the tooling that's been developed in the ecosystem and the ability to access more expressive smart contracts. There's a much better experience for building decentralized and programmable applications on top of Bitcoin. So the next question is, how big is this opportunity, and how should we think about the opportunity for building programmable applications on top of Bitcoin? Well, I'd like to start with some market comps. So you take the market cap of Ethereum DeFi that currently sits at around 40 billion in market cap. Compare that to the market cap of ETH, which at today's values is roughly around 200 billion, so roughly 20%. But now compare that to Bitcoin, which is the largest public cryptocurrency that exists today at a $550 billion market cap, and yet it has a really small on-chain application value, so small that the value doesn't even really register for this chart. And you can do some back-of-the-envelope math to show that if we were to value that at, let's say, $1 billion, it represents likely 100x increase if Bitcoin DeFi were to reach the size of Ethereum DeFi. And that, of course, assumes that there isn't any additional growth to Bitcoin, which we think is unlikely. So I've been talking a lot about the Bitcoin economy. I wanted to actually visualize what we mean by this. So Bitcoin, again, is at the base layer. It's the foundational bedrock and immutable source of trust to power the digital economy. And then you have the smart contracts layer. So Stacks is a layer that sits on top of Bitcoin, which powers the SBDC protocol. And then you have the apps and services layer on top. And so these are just a handful of applications that have launched on Stacks and are prepared to integrate SBDC, everything from decentralized lending, atomic swaps between Bitcoin on the Lightning Network and Bitcoin on the Stacks network, decentralized exchange, and many other use cases are currently being explored. Again, just a small sample of some of the experimentation we've been seeing on Bitcoin L2s. And so what can you really build with this? There's a few categories of use cases that I'm really interested in. The first is on-chain lending and borrowing, and the ability to access stablecoin liquidity without any central counterparty. I think there still isn't really a great way to do on-chain lending using Bitcoin, but there's significant market demand for this, to be able to use Bitcoin as collateral to take out a stablecoin loan, whether it's to, you know, make a large purchase, like maybe you want to buy a house one day, or you know, you have to pay a tax bill but don't want to have to sell your Bitcoin to pay for that. So being able to access lending and borrowing markets, and also potentially unlocking the ability to earn a yield on your Bitcoin by deploying it in these sorts of applications. Again, there isn't really any great way to do that today, and I think that is a large market that we could open with a programmable Bitcoin asset. Second is derivatives and options trading. So being able to trade Bitcoin on chain and use it as collateral for derivatives. So likewise to the previous example, there still isn't really a great way to just trade Bitcoin for USDC or Tether directly on chain without going through a centralized exchange or some other counterparty. And also the ability to, you know, put your Bitcoin as collateral to go long and short, and use in different perpetuals or derivatives trading. I think there's a very large market of users that would want to use their Bitcoin for these sorts of trading use cases. Next is peer-to-peer payments, so the ability to unlock applications that leverage scalable, low-cost transfers. I think especially if we see, you know, an influx in activity on the Bitcoin network, which could result in higher fees and more congestion, I think that more users will be pushed to layers on top of Bitcoin that can really begin to solve many of these challenges. And so that's one example that could be enabled through platforms like this. And lastly is escrow and insurance. Locking Bitcoin in escrow payments, I think, is a really interesting model. An example of that could be anything from like a Bitcoin based payroll system, or maybe some sort of freelancing app where a company can post a bounty directly in Bitcoin, and that bounty is paid out when a user you know, submits the completed task. And again, that's just held in escrow and can be executed permissionlessly. And, you know, as of this past week, we have hit one of our early milestones with SBDC, so it's deployed on DevNet. So, you know, this release included end-to-end deposit and withdrawals, so you can test the functionality of moving Bitcoin onto the Stacks layer. There's some developer tools like an SDK and CLI to be able to do this. And then there's a bridge web application and API. The web app provides an interface to be able to interact with the protocol, and the API allows developers to build this functionality directly into their applications to make it really make the process really seamless for their users. And yeah, together we can build the economy, build the Bitcoin economy. Thank you, everyone. And you can feel free to check out more of my writing on this topic. Write a blog called Bitcoin Rights, where we work in the public. Everything is open sourced, and you know, I talk about SBDC product development on there. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you for your time. And I think, Michael, you can host. It's your turn.
Oh, hi. Yeah, thank you for that interesting presentation. Yeah, so up next, we would like to invite Tom Rakis. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'd like to invite you to give your presentation. Welcome, Tom. Tom from Evervision.
Hey everyone, let me share my screen. All right. So thank you for having me today. I'm here to talk about Arweave and specifically the PermaWeb. Arweave is a network like Bitcoin, but for data, a permanent decentralized web inside an open ledger. The PermaWeb is a suite of services that sits on top of the Arweave protocol. You have gateway services, bundling services, and indexing services. Gateway services serve data as web data. So if you store an HTML file on Arweave, it will render that HTML file to a browser. Bundling services allows you to essentially bundle large amounts of data and publish it on Arweave so that it can essentially become available instantly. So you get near real-time data availability through bundling services. And then finally, indexing services is a way to query data on the PermaWeb. So these building blocks, and with the decentralized network of Arweave, you can build applications and you can publish those applications on chain. So PermaWeb applications are very similar to web applications, but they essentially live on Arweave. Therefore, they're permanent. And then users can interact with those applications with wallets. The values of the PermaWeb is to be useful, scalable, and complete. And it's a different kind of mindset when building applications on the PermaWeb, because you are building applications to last, for forever, right? Or for a long time. So again, when you publish on Arweave an application, it's going to be there for as long as Arweave is around, which the way the endowment is set up is to be forever. Now, just a little bit on how this works is when you publish data on Arweave, you have the ability to include tags, and these tags are key value pair or metadata that you can put alongside the data. And here's a couple of example tags like content type. If you make content type text/HTML, then the gateway will read that and provide that data to a web browser appropriately. And then you have tags like title and description, and the developer can determine what tags they want, as well as the user. And we use these tags to really kind of create these protocols that allow for data to be accessed in a discoverable way. So when you have a gateway, each gateway has an indexer built in, GraphQL, and you can run these queries to retrieve data from the PermaWeb. So you get this giant data lake, and then using tags, you can make that data discoverable by querying it with GraphQL. And we have several protocols on specs.arweave.dev. Some of the most important ones are asset discoverability, ANS 110. And essentially this protocol says you can put a type, a title, a description, and topics with every bit of data that you store, and that allows and services to find that data and present it to the user. The specification data protocol, this protocol allows you to specify other protocols to really define how data is shown to the user, and we call these renderers. And these renderers can be tagged with the data item, and then, for example, music file can have a renderer of an audio player. So the audio player can load that music file and play it. And then the atomic asset. And the atomic asset is very similar to an NFT, but because the contract and the tags and the data are stored with the same identifier, it's atomic. So the contract and the data cannot be separated. We use atomic assets to trade on the PermaWeb. Currently, ANS 110 was released around a year ago, and currently is still being adopted. And you can see by this chart from Data OS that the type is really being adopted. So every data that's being published to Arweave now, about 80% has the type, but we do have a long way to go to get the title and description. So we're working to get, title and description on data that wants to be discoverable. And we hope to see that increase over the next year. And then another thing that this unlocks is the universal data license. The universal data license uses these tags to allow for creators to specify the rights of the data, how it should be accessed, how it should be purchased with a license fee, and can it be used for derivative works? Can it be used in commercial use? So the universal data license really is a way for creators to put their data online, but also identify the terms of how that data is to be interacted with, which has been very well received in the community. You can see by Data OS that we're getting a lot of assets created on the PermaWeb with UDL licenses. So this is continuing to grow as creators move into our platform. So that's kind of the building blocks of the PermaWeb. And what I would like to do now is kind of go through a few applications. And I know Sam went through Alex, which allows you to create pools, and those pools can be operated by operators, and people can contribute to essentially preserve data onto the Arweave blockweave. And another interesting application that is on the PermaWeb is called the FAIR protocol. And the FAIR protocol is an AI marketplace. So open source AI models can be published to this marketplace, and then operators can run those models and accept the PermaWeb token U. And the U token allows for you to, at a very low cost, use these models to generate images or text, etc. So it's really neat, and it's worth checking out. Another application is a very simple application called PermaPages, which allows you to create a profile page or just a free markdown driven web page on the PermaWeb. And each page is a standalone HTML page. So you can do a blog post or just a content site or a profile page very, very easily. And yeah, it's pretty fun. And then another application that was just released 3 months ago is called Bazaar. And Bazaar is a marketplace that not only allows you to trade PFPs, but you can trade music, you can trade video, you can trade 3D objects. So it shows you how creators can publish their assets and users can interact. And the one neat thing about Bazaar is it shows off a lot of protocols that we have been developing. One that I've been developing is the stamps protocol. And the stamps protocol, if you can see on the screen, there's like 30 and this little icon. It allows users to stamp any asset on the permaweb. And again, that kind of helps with discoverability to see what is popular and what's being mostly used. And then finally, most recently, Forward Research Group released this atomic asset generator, which is a creator tool that allows any creator a very easy process to upload their assets, specify their licensing, and list on Bazaar. So again, we're just kind of building these permanent apps that are very, very web-like. And the notion is that, you know, while we're trying to build a better internet where you have you know, access with your wallet, and you have just total control of your data. And on top of all this is we have a token called U, which kind of stands for the unit of account for the permaweb. And basically, you can take your R tokens and get U, and then you can interact with the Fair Protocol app or Bazaar app. So it becomes this internal token that you can interact with all of the permaweb apps without having to, you know, go to any centralized services to exchange things. It's also, everything is decentralized. Everything is running within the permaweb, and you can use decentralized services like PermaSwap to be your on-ramp and off-ramp onto the permaweb. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. Definitely recommend checking it out. My name's Tom. I'm founder in residence at Forward Research. I work on the stamp protocol and the universal content marketplace. And yeah, really excited about the permaweb and the future of the internet. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your time. And I think, yes, let's looking forward to the permaweb. Yeah. Yes. And Michael, I think that is your turn. You can help us to.
Yes, yeah. So up next we have Paul, but this is a different Paul from KYVE, not LayerTwo
Yes.
Labs. Yeah, Paul Brahmas. Sorry if I'm butchering your last name. Please come on, and looking forward to your presentation.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm gonna share my screen then. Okay. I should be okay. Yeah, so I'm Paul from Kive. Nice to meet you. I'm a head of ecosystem at Kive. So for those who are not familiar with Kive, I will do a quick presentation about what we are building and how we start Kive. And then after I will demo explain some of the use cases. So Kive basically is come from the archive. So we just kept Kive. So Kive started as a bounty between Parity Foundation and Arweave. So the bounty was how we can basically import all historical data of Polkadot blockchain into Arweave in a decentralized manner, meaning keeping the decentralized aspect of those data, because if there is only a single man uploading those data, you are not sure the data uploaded on Arweave are correct. So the idea of Kive came, and then after it started to be a company or two co-founders started pitching Kive to other layer ones such Solana, Avalanche, Near, Cosmos, Mina, and so on. And then, yeah, after they received some funding, and we are building since 2 years. We are in mainnet since 6 months right now, but we'll give you a few more details about that in the next slide. So how Kive work? It's pretty easy. For each data stream, we have a data pool, and on those data pool, we have a bunch of a set of validators. So currently it's 50 per data pool. So as you can see on the schema, we can upload like blockchains and DApps data. In fact, we can upload also like any kind of deterministic data. So like that can be Web3 data, so historical data of blockchain, but also Web2 data, such weather data, carbon credit data, and so on and so on. Just need to be deterministic because we need to execute a function that will say if the data are correct or no. So it's for that. It's only with this kind of data. So in simple terms, how it works. We have a set of validator for each data pool. So let's say we have a data pool for Cosmos Hub. So all these validators will run on their own Gaia node that will be their data source. One will be selected randomly according to the size of the stake. We'll take a bundle of data. So let's say block 1 to 150, upload this bundle of data into Arweave, come back with the hash of the upload into the data pool and submit this hash to the validators. Because those data are deterministic, no matter how many data sources you have, like the data should always be the same. So validators will check if the data that have been uploaded match with their data source. If the data match, the validators will vote. So basically either yes, no, or abstain. If you reach out a quorum of yes, the data is marked as valid and we store the hash on Kive blockchain. If not, the uploader gets slashed. And if the validator abstain, that's have no impact. It can't just be selected to be the next uploader in the next bundle. So to incentivize people to upload data and validate data, we have a process that is called the funding. So basically, someone will fund the pool to incentivize the validators and uploaders to behave correctly. If a pool run on a fund, the pool don't stop because we have inflation splitting, but the rewards for the validators and uploader are reduced. So people are less incentive to run a validator on this pool. Currently on our mainnet, we have 4 pools running. So we have Cosmos Hub, Arweave, Osmosis, and Axelar. And all those data have been stored on Arweave. So for now, after 6 months of mainnet, if I'm not saying wrong, we have archived 1 terabyte, 1.27 terabyte of data, onto Arweave. So all those data are accessible for free and are stored permanently thanks to Arweave solution. To retrieve those data, it's free forever and for everyone, and it's fully decentralized, meaning you don't need to rely on someone that can say, no, you will not access those data. So we make historical data of blockchain truly public good for everyone. There is few ways of retrieving the data. So you can either retrieve those data through REST API or through the ELT pipeline that Kive has built. So we have built this solution in partnership with Airbyte. So an ELT pipeline is basically you extract, load, and transform the data. You can import those data into almost any data warehouse. So right now we are supporting more than 60 destinations. So MyGraphSQL, MongoDB, Postgres, Snowflake, etc., etc. You can then import those data, as I say, for free, or you can use other solution that you can build on yourself. This solution that is available right now, the ELT pipeline, is one of the best in our opinion, because it's key in end, and it's basically no code solution. So that doesn't cost you anything, and it's super easy to access. We have also developed another tool on top of that that is called K-Sync. So right now, if you want to state sync your node with any proof of stake mechanism, layer 1 or either, let's say, layer 2, you will ask either a snapshot, so it's very centralized, and you will need to trust the person that provided you the snapshot that the data actually provided are correct, or you will state sync your node, download the entire state of the blockchain from Genesis to the latest state. That's going to take time, and that's going to be costly depending on the chain that you want to sync with. So thanks to Kive leveraging Arweave, we are developing right now, so it's only working for Tendermint runtime, but will be extended to other chain in the future. K-Sync. So basically, you need an archival data from a chain, no matter which chain, between block Y and Z. And currently you will wait between 1 or 2 weeks to process, and then you don't need those data any longer. So that's can be the case for like a wallet provider, node runner, whatever, like accounting solution, whatever. With K-Sync, it will be like possible that in less than 2 minutes, you will be able to sync the chain from any 8 in a completely decentralized way, meaning you will rely on data that are fully trustless. So you don't need to trust someone if you are doing your accounting or so on, that you want to avoid. Because like for big company that will join Web3 in the future, like institutional, that's their biggest fear of like having wrong data and being wrong and do like wrong decision with those wrong data. And it's basically what we are solving with K-Sync. So in terms of integration, right now, we have integrated only Tendermint runtime chain. So as I say, Osmosis, Cosmos Hub, Arweave, and Axelar, we plan to extend to other like Tendermint runtime, such DYDX, probably Celestia, and a few other names that are big in the Cosmos ecosystem. And in 2024, we will extend to other blockchain, such Polkadot, Solana, Mina, Avalanche, Celo, Near, and probably also LayerTwo. The idea is really how we make like archival node decentralized and public good for everyone. That are some of the use cases we are focusing on. And after, like, we are like participating also in hackathon, sponsoring hackathon to extend the use cases around Kive. We have some people that have built an aggregator of governance. So basically it was fetching the data, the comments, so the data of governance that was posted off-chain and validating them in a decentralized way before storing them on Arweave to make sure that those data and those comments from validators on the Cosmos Hub chain were accessible for everyone and permanently for free and forever. So it's some of the use cases that we have. Yeah, that's it on my side. If you have any question or anything you want to implement or use Kive as a source of data, feel free to reach out to us. We are fully permissionless, meaning you can create your own data pool with your own data stream through the governance. We're gonna help you and like guide you through all this process if needed. Don't hesitate to come on our Discord if you have any technical question or check our GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for your time. And I think that is a great speech, and we enjoy it. Yes. And I think next, yes.
Yeah. Next we have the Dr. Senkhan Berajit. Sorry, I'm not able to pronounce that, from Babylon. Welcome. Please, Doctor, let's have your presentation.
Hello. Oh, I think he's not here. Just wait me a minute and I will call him. Wait. Okay, he's coming. So wait a minute. Doctor Sankar Banerjee is from Babylon. Yes, he is a lead of product. So let us wait. Hello, Dr. Sankar Banerjee. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine.
Yeah, I apologize for this. Like my flight got delayed, so but I'm I'm good to go now. Sorry for that.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. So you can share your screen and give us your speech. Yeah.
So when I share the screen, do you mean like to show my face, or do you mean to show the deck?
Show the deck. Yes, I think.
Okay, got it. Okay, got it. So I can just go ahead and give the whole talk, right? That's
Yes.
basically what you mean? Okay,
Yeah.
cool, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So is my deck visible?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you everyone for having me for this talk. So I'm the head of product strategy at Babylon. At Babylon, we are a team of researchers, builders, developers, and professors. We are mainly based out of Stanford University on the West Coast in United States. And we've been kind of working on consensus protocol design, as well as finding use cases for Bitcoin over the last 2 years. And Bitcoin staking is a product we are taking to the market over the next 6 months. What is Bitcoin staking? We are building a dual marketplace for using Bitcoin security to secure proof of stake chains, and in return, giving Bitcoin holders POS yield. So this talk is going to be about the design and our go-to-market strategies. So we are very excited about Bitcoin as an asset class because it's probably roughly 60% of the crypto market cap right now, around 550 billion. And it has some very unique properties for Bitcoin, which helps us to kind of define our use case. So what are these properties? So Bitcoin as an asset class is heavily decentralized. It's the least volatile crypto asset in the crypto ecosystem. It's kind of idle, like there's not that many use cases which has been developed over the years. And unencumbered, the way we interpret is that Bitcoin as an asset class has the least centralized intervention. So if you are building a use case on top of Bitcoin, then fundamentally that use case can actually be very sustainable because it has the least it's the most censorship resistant platform out there in crypto. So at Babylon, we identified these characteristics of Bitcoin, and we felt that Bitcoin does not have staking as a capability. And we in Babylon are the first to bring staking, which is a security primitive for POS chains, to Bitcoin. I'm going to explain the word staking very detailed over the talk, but just to give you a quick idea for people who are not in the POS system, staking is a methodology by which proof of stake blockchains secure themselves. And this is a methodology which has not been available for Bitcoin holders. So for Babylon, we are trying to bring this primitive to Bitcoin. So if we look at the Bitcoin architecture, right, it's a heavily decentralized trust where the trust is being run by the miners. It operates on this proof of work consensus. And one of the limitations which probably causes a lot less use cases being developed on Bitcoin is the limited programmability of the Bitcoin scripting. So in order to kind of overcome this limited programmability, there were a lot of consensus protocols on the proof of stake side, which was built, Cosmos, Polygon, Ethereum. So for us, the way we identify Bitcoin is that it's a proof of work asset, and we are trying to turn Bitcoin into a staking asset where Bitcoin can be staked in all these major POS systems. So why are we so interested in bringing staking as a primitive to the Bitcoin asset class? Because there is a JP Morgan Chase study where they are projecting that the staking market cap over the next 10 years is going to be roughly 300 billion. As of today, the top 10 POS chains have a market cap of 70 billion. And of this, $400 million of monthly rewards are being paid to the stakers. Again, I want to kind of give you a clear definition of staking. Staking is where you take the native token of the POS chain and you lock it in order to get the block rewards on the proof of stake chain. So fundamentally, it is that you're getting paid for offering security to the proof of stake blockchain. This primitive, we are trying to bring it to the Bitcoin holders. So we know that we are heading into a halving over the next 6-7 months, and we think that the Bitcoin holders, whether the miners or the Bitcoin holders, they would like to have more access to yield opportunities. And we think this is like a perfect mapping of the demand which is there in the staking market in POS and the Bitcoin security, the decentralized security, which is there from the Bitcoin asset class. So it's kind of a very good product market fit that you have a very growing demand for security in the POS chains, and you have liquidity from the Bitcoin stakers who are looking for this additional yield. So we at Babylon, we consider our protocol as a two-sided marketplace where we enable the Bitcoin holders to create their stake on the POS chain, and in return, they get POS yield. So let's really kind of talk a little bit more about how this design works, right? So ideally, in a POS blockchain, you use your POS token, and that's like the token is basically having a market price. And what you're doing is you're locking your token to provide security for the POS chains. And most POS chains, they have very defined slashing condition. The word slashing means that if you are, while you're providing security, if you do any kind of bad activity could be signing on 2 blocks at the same height, then you get penalized for this bad activity. So most POS chains, they have very defined slashing conditions. When we come to the proof of work, we know that Bitcoin has a very strong decentralized trust, which is spread over the miners all across the world. And it's being run over proof of work. And it fundamentally does not have the slashing mechanism. So you go and you use the Bitcoin staking algorithm from Babylon. And for the first time, we are incorporating slashing for Bitcoin holders. And what that means is when you lock your Bitcoin on a POS chain to provide security, if the validator double signs, then your Bitcoin would get slashed. Then on top of that, this is trustless staking. So we are creating this technology where you don't need to use a bridge, you don't need to use custodian. And finally, we're also enabling restaking, which means for your Bitcoin, you can not just secure one proof of stake chain, but you can secure multiple proof of stake chains, which creates capital efficiency for the capital you're providing. Now you have the POS side. So what you are doing is that the POS chains are giving you the POS yield to the Bitcoin holders, and the Bitcoin holders are giving cheaper decentralized security to the POS chains. So it's the first time we have built this two-sided marketplace, and you can see a kind of a product map that you have the supply coming from Bitcoin, and then you have the demand coming from the POS chains. So let's dive deeper into what Bitcoin staking means and how did Babylon come about with this design. So the first thing we are doing is we know that Bitcoin does not have smart contracts, and we have also not forked the Bitcoin chain. So this is literally on the original Bitcoin chain. So we are getting the Bitcoin capital from the Bitcoin holders to the proof of stake chains. And when we are bringing this capital, we are not using a bridge, we are not using a custodian. So fundamentally, if you have to discuss Bitcoin staking on Babylon, it's giving you first-class citizenship as the native token on a POS chain, and it's also not using any kind of trust framework. So we're using the same trust framework of Bitcoin and nothing additional to it. So let's really kind of try to understand this from a picture point of view. So Alice has one Bitcoin. She can go to the Bitcoin chain and she can lock her Bitcoin in a staking contract. So the staking contract has two functionalities. One is it locks you for a certain time frame. Let's say it's 6 months here. And second is if you do any bad activity on the POS chain, the staking contract can actually burn the token which you have locked, which is Bitcoin in this case. So what is a bad activity? So let's say once Alice stakes on Bitcoin, this capital is available for osmosis and your validator is validating. If at some point the validator validates the same block at the same height, two different blocks at the same height, that's a double sign. That is something which you get penalized on a proof of stake network. And in order to incorporate this penalization, which is the slashing, what happens is that the key, the private key of Alice's stake gets revealed, and anyone who has access to this private key can move the money from Alice's wallet to their wallet or to another DAO. So if Alice does not exhibit any bad behavior on the POS chain, then as the time period of her staking contract gets over, Alice can unstake and opt in the reward on the POS chain. The two important parts on top of this, which we have been able to design, is what if Alice stakes, but Alice doesn't like the rewards on the POS chain? Then how fast, because Alice locked herself for 6 months and she doesn't like the rewards, how fast can she get the money back? That's roughly around 3 days. This 3 days can be shortened even more, but fundamentally this time period is kept to make sure that there is no collusion between Alice and the miners on the Bitcoin network. Finally, is this technology specific to one blockchain or can it be applied to any POS chain? And what we have done through our design is we have been able to enable the technology for every chain. So what we mean is any POS chain, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's Solana, Polkadot, Aptos, they can use the Babylon's BTC staking technology to onboard BTC capital from the Bitcoin chain in a trustless manner to their POS chains. So we have talked about the technology, we have understood what Bitcoin staking is. Because we are heading towards some form of a mainnet over the next few months, we want to give like what is our go-to-market and who are the partners who are helping us take this product to market. So we would identify ourselves as the first two-sided marketplace, which is bringing proof of stake yield from different ecosystems to the Bitcoin holders. So if you imagine that Babylon as an ecosystem is an L1, So we are onboarding the retail Bitcoin from the OKX wallet. We are onboarding the institutional Bitcoin from BitDigital, F2 Pool, and Galaxy. And then finally, we can actually use this Bitcoin to stake and secure L2s and rollups, which are being built on top of the Bitcoin chain itself. The interesting thing of offering security for such a software would be that you get paid in Bitcoin. So there will be a certain amount of Bitcoin holders who would like to just get paid in Bitcoin. And then there would be Bitcoin holders who would like to get paid in the POS tokens. So on the POS tokens, we are planning to offer Cosmos, Polygon, Arbitrum, and other POS chains. And so holistically, we see that we can use Babylon to get Bitcoin yield in Bitcoin on the Bitcoin stack, or we can get the POS yield from the other chains for the Bitcoin holders. So one important aspect of the Bitcoin staking is that we think that we have enabled a lot more than just staking itself. So if you're a Bitcoin staker and you use Babylon, then you can not just secure with your capital one chain, but many chains. So restaking, where you're allowing the same Bitcoin to be staked across multiple networks, that creates a very interesting diversified yield. What if you as a Bitcoin holder, you feel very bullish about an Oracle and you feel very bullish about a POS network? You can choose these two networks to create an yield between using restaking. Finally, it's also a lot more capital efficient because you're using a same capital to secure multiple networks. Fundamentally, the good thing for the POS and the middleware is that they are getting almost the same security as the Babylon market cap. Before this technology was enabled, what happened is each of these chains, they would have their own security market cap, which is based on their own token. But using Babylon, now they can standardize their security. So their own POS security is as good as the Bitcoin stake on Babylon. Finally, the Bitcoin stakers have the ability to participate in the governance of the POS. So the Bitcoin staker would choose the POS network based on what their desired yield capacities are. And the POS network would choose what is a return they would like to give to the Bitcoin staker and what is a vesting period of that return. So fundamentally, even though Bitcoin has limited programmability, we, through Babylon, have created a lot of advanced utilities for Bitcoin without changing the programmability aspect of Bitcoin. Finally, we talked about the POS network heavily over the last few slides. I do want to talk about a project which Babylon is incubating on top of the Bitcoin chain, and this is a Bitcoin rollup. And what you are doing here is you're kind of pooling your Bitcoin, staking it through Babylon, and this Bitcoin rollup, it's trying to improve the speed of Bitcoin transactions, in turn improving the infrastructure on Bitcoin. And one aspect is they are trying to also bring the smart contract functionalities on top of Bitcoin. So you can think of this product as more like an optimistic rollup, which you see on the Ethereum side, like Optimism and Arbitrum. So generally with these optimistic rollups, the security really comes down to proving the validity of the state transition, right? So what this project is trying to use is they're trying to use the Bitcoin staking platform of Babylon in order to create fidelity in this state transition. So if Babylon is able to create a more fidelity for this state transition, what happens is they don't need to go down to the Bitcoin layer. And in the Bitcoin layer, if they have to use that's the latency is around 36 minutes. So whereas with Babylon, they're trying to do it at a lot shorter time scale. So yeah, that's basically the logic. And one aspect we wanted to show is where we have talked about the idea, we have talked about the different protocols which are using Babylon. Now, where are we in the roadmap? So we released our timestamping around February, and then we use a proof of concept in July, and then we use the staking testnet at the end of this year. And once we go to mainnet over next year, our plan is to go more on the data availability and the liquidity marketplace. We consider that security is the first step before heading towards data availability and liquidity. And fundamentally, right now, we have 36 Cosmos chains integrated on our timestamping. If you go to our website, you can actually see that. We have actually had a governance proposal passed through osmosis, which validated the need for Bitcoin security. And we have released a Bitcoin staking proof of concept in last month's Cosmoverse. So very happy to kind of, stay in touch. This is our Twitter, this is our website. We're also very active on Discord and social media. So if anyone has any questions, very happy to answer those questions. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Sankar. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Am I good or should I need to stay on the call?
I think you still have a panel after two
Okay.
speeches. So maybe you could stay here, yeah, and join
Okay.
it. Yeah. And I
Okay,
think
perfect.
next is Louis Dharma from Hansen Network. Yes, Louis, you can share your screen and give us your speech.
Hey everyone, nice to meet everyone. Thanks to PermaDAO and everyone associated for hosting me and Hansa along today. So let me just quickly share my screen. Perfect. Just let me know when everyone can see that.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Look, I know a fair few people, especially in the Arweave ecosystem, have heard a little bit about Hansa, but for those that don't, essentially Hansa invests, incubates, and accelerates networks that power the future of open societies on Web3. Essentially, we're a crypto native fund, accelerator, and we also have an advisory arm as well, which we spun up late 2022. We were actually first early supporters of Arweave from the funding point of view, and we're always looking at supporting projects that are building truly novel innovations in the Arweave space and well beyond as well, even in the BTC Bitcoin ecosystems as well. So a little bit about, actually, let me just change this a bit. Page. One sec. I think we're missing a slide. All right, cool. So a little bit about me. I actually run the advisory and accelerator arms at Hansa. And previously to that, I was heading up growth at Immutable. From the strategic sort of point of view, from an advisory point of view, we offer support with access to leading networks of Web3 mentors, leaders, and investors across the leading projects like Polygon, Immutable, Binance, Chain Analysis, and of course, Arweave itself. So whenever protocols need actual acceleration and support when it comes to growth, go to market, we're always there to lend a hand, as well as our funding support as well from our VC. So if there's any novel projects out there listening in, we'd always love to have a chat. Our doors are always open when it comes to any type of support. And today specifically, I wanted to talk about three main things. And it's going to be a little bit more macro than a lot of the technical sort of stuff I know a lot of the other speakers have sort of talked about. But number one, I wanted to talk about, obviously most people know how Hansa is super bullish on the ecosystem as a whole, but I wanted to touch upon my personal story and what about these two ecosystems from the Bitcoin ecosystem and the Arweave ecosystem actually attracted me into Web3 in the first place. Number two, I actually wanted to talk about the second pillar of building out an open society beyond financial access and how that second pillar is actually one of the greatest threats facing humanity right now. And it's actually going under the radar for most people. And then thirdly, I wanted to talk about the crossroads of humanity right now and the opportunity we actually have to rebuild new systems from the ground up instead of propagating the old systems. So I'm not going to bore you with my whole backstory, but I wanted to quickly share why I decided to make the leap into Web3, because it will give a good picture on why I'm so bullish on BTC and the Arweave ecosystems as a whole. After nearly 15 years in Web2, building, investing, and advising many Web2 projects, I came to the end of the road and I was actually completely burnt out. And I came to a really disheartening conclusion. While the Web 2 era ushered in many technological advancements, it actually missed a lot of key areas that I thought was super important. At the end of the day, we're in the most advanced time in human history, yet factors like suicide rates were at an all-time high, human fulfillment was down, and global happiness and fulfillment was pretty much stagnant all around in most geographies, which meant there was actual clear misalignment with technological progress and human progress. And that's where my search began for a new solution. And as many of you know, this led me down the rabbit hole and ended up finding Satoshi's white paper and being seduced by the Web3 ethos as a whole. With Web3 tech, it was the first time I actually saw technology and you could actually create true alignment with human progress and technological progress. Web3 for me represents the intersection of technology, philosophy, and economy together. It gives us the opportunity to rebuild systems from the ground up instead of propagating the old systems, which is why Web3 Bitcoin is a lot more than just the new thing, and it's more than just the obvious next wave in technology. It's actually breaking the cycle, and it's the foundations of a new future that we're all trying to build right now, which is why compared to so many other technological revolutions throughout history, the passion within both the Bitcoin community, the Arweave community, and the wider Web3 community as a whole is absolutely incredible and is second to none. We've never seen this kind of passion across different stakeholders throughout history. So obviously, I don't have to say, when it comes to Web3, as it stands right now, over the last decade, the market so far has been focused on finance since the beginning. And when it comes to the core pillars of open societies, while financial access is absolutely crucial, there's actually another pillar that needs to be addressed. Bitcoin and a lot of Web3 has done a great job in the war against financial censorship, but I think the world right now is ready to take on that next frontier. And another core pillar of what makes a truly free open society, and that next core pillar is access to the free flow of information. Look, it's clear the war against information censorship is at our doors, and like BTC and that ecosystem was doing and is doing for financial censorship, I believe the Arweave ecosystem in particular is best positioned to win this new war. Now, obviously, I don't have to sing the praises of BTC and Arweave to folks, obviously the folks listening here today. As they proudly show on the Arweave website itself, Arweave is very similar to Bitcoin, but for data. And I believe it's one of the key inputs to unlocking truly free and open societies. Look, when most people actually talk about Arweave, they talk about three main points, right? They talk about creating a decentralized permanent storage for any kind of data, ensure information isn't lost, censored, or altered. And then number three, ensure all storage is cost effective. Now, while all 3 points are actually crucial, point number two was actually the reason I joined Hansa and personally resonate so much with the Arweave ecosystem as a whole. So at the end of the day, ensuring information isn't lost, censored, or altered. This is the point I really want to stress today because it's something that's super easy to gloss over, but it has many, many layers that will deeply affect humanity in the future. So let me just go into a few examples. I'm sure we've all heard of the stories about the Twitter files and how their internal teams could influence the entire Twitter algorithm with certain biases. This is something I actually experienced firsthand. During my Web2 days, I got to work super close with the algorithm teams at Facebook and Instagram. I saw firsthand how people's personal biases within the team affected the algorithm. And it was absolutely crazy for me to see how people's beliefs could actually affect the content and information that billions of people using the platform would see on a daily basis. And I really want to stress that point home. I was literally seeing a handful of people in a single room that were dictating the information over 1 billion people would see on their newsfeed every single day. And unfortunately, this is the same story that repeats across most centralized content and information houses. And the ironic thing was that most of the people working there, working in these algorithm teams, were actually great people, A lot of them were very kind-hearted and had zero malice whatsoever. But as the old saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well-intentioned someone is. There should be no single arbiter of truth. We are all corruptible one way or another, and no one is exempt from this. The truth is that when you alter the flow of information, it's a lot more dangerous than most people actually think about. So the easy examples to point to is when you obviously manipulate information and try to change things like the election. We all saw that when it comes to Trump and everything that happened with Hillary Clinton and everything like that back in the day. It's super easy to point to those kind of examples in terms of elections and controlling financial markets, but controlling information flows goes far beyond this. When you actually manipulate information flows, you manipulate global human behavior on a fundamental level. When you distort information, you shape people's perception of reality itself. And I know that might sound a bit hyperbolic, but it's something each of us have actually experienced in our lives. And I'm actually going to prove it to you now. So I want you to think just for a single moment, if you go all the way back to when maybe you were a baby or when you see a baby when they were born, they were literally born with absolutely nothing. Every single baby is born with absolutely nothing. We weren't born with any possessions. We weren't born with any beliefs. We were a blank slate, ready to take on whatever the world gave us, right? And I don't think any of us were born vegetarians or meat eaters. None of us were born already being Catholic, Hindu, or Christian. None of us were born left-wing or right-wing. None of us were born with political ideologies. We weren't born with any beliefs at all. So the question is, where did all these beliefs and behaviors come from? They all came from external information sources. Things like TV, social media, books, parents, teachers, and everything like that. So essentially who we are is just an amalgamation of external inputs. So it's very, very clear that if you can control someone's access to external information, you can control their way of thinking and behavior. So as I said, there's many, many sources where people get external information from, like TV, parents, books. However, in this ever-growing digital world, less and less people will actually rely on a lot of these sources. So less people rely on teachers these days, less people rely on books and parents, and more people start using the same few central social media platforms for their information outlet. And with more and more reports of these social media companies manipulating algorithms, trust in information has never been lower. And now with the advent of generative AI, it's only going to get more confusing. The exponential influx of information and speculative content will become more difficult for us to navigate without a proper balancing mechanism. It's becoming pretty much nearly impossible to tell where content actually comes from, its quality, whether it's been changed or manipulated. And we're even getting to a point now where it's very hard to tell whether it's from a human source or not. So for us to really realize the dream of building open societies, we must be able to solve our ability to navigate the world of infinite information and unlock a few key areas. One, you need to be able to verify the source where information comes from and the provenance of it. You need to be able to check if that information has been changed in any way. You need to be able to create reputation-based systems to filter information based on merit rather than biased algorithms. And in a world of infinite information that is actually speculative, ultimately, we need to bring trust and transparency to information we consume. So thankfully, this is why I'm so passionate about supporting anything I can within the Arweave and Bitcoin ecosystems, because I truly believe it is one of the front runners solving these problems at a root level. And if there's anything I want to leave with everyone here today, and I know everyone here is super passionate about the ecosystem, but at the end of the day, do not underestimate the part you're playing in society right now. The next 10 years may dictate the next 100 or even 1,000. And it's a lot more important than making a few degens rich or retiring early. Alongside financial censorship, solving information censorship is part of solving humanity's biggest problems on the root level. So as I stand here today, talking to everyone here, I could not be more proud to be a part of this incredible community from all over the world to solve these incredible problems together. I truly believe building the future of open societies, this is a core group of people that are actually at the forefront of that. So I cannot wait to work alongside each and every one of you as we build the foundations of the next era of humanity. And lastly, of course, for those that share this vision and are building within the space, the Hansa team has its doors wide open. So come check our website, www.hansa.network. Follow us on our Twitters, Hansa_network. If you want to follow me, Louis_Dharma. If you're building anything in the space, if you're doing anything novel like that, if you need funding support, if you need strategic or advisory support, we're always welcoming you with open arms. So that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you for your time and thank you for your speech. So next, here will be the last guest speech from Bollet Crypto, and his name is Bobby. So Bobby, are you ready to give us your speech?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
So let me share my background. I hope all of you can hear me. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Bitcoin from the perspective of ownership and custody. Okay, this is a topic that's near and dear my heart. So who owns Bitcoin? This is one of the most important questions and one of the very popular questions people ask. For example, at a speech, at a conference, who owns Bitcoin? If this were a live event, many of you would raise your hand. But another way to think about it is who truly owns their Bitcoin, right? It's not just a matter of owning Bitcoin as an asset, but who actually takes ownership as opposed to having it stored somewhere else. What is ownership? This is a topic where it's a very simple topic. Very few people talk about it, but it's very, very critical in the age of digital currencies and online transactions. Here's why. So in terms of ownership, money started with physical ownership. I'm talking about physical goods, whether it's coins and gemstones, whether it's jewelry, commodities, rice, grain. Historically, value is in the physical good itself. Okay, and today, money is mostly entitled ownership. Okay, this is a big contrast to the historical situation. And what is title ownership? Well, it's really about money and fiat money and accounts being tied to your identity. So these days, ownership is no longer about holding something in your hands, but rather it's about your money in bank accounts, whether it's online payment systems like WeChat, Alipay, Venmo, PayPal, or banks, stock brokerage accounts. Everything is titled to your name, even real estate, even cars, automobiles are all titled to your name. So with fiat money, what are the problem and risks? So for example, fiat money, the most important thing that happened this past year is the run on the banks. So is your money actually in the bank? With a fiat money system in title ownership, the money you have in the bank is actually not in there because the whole system is built on the fact that the money is being lent out to other borrowers. That's how the fiat system works. By definition, your assets is someone else's liability. So this is a scary concept that hopefully does not cross over into cryptocurrency. And number two is, can you get your money out, right? So for example, earlier this year with the run of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank in the United States, a lot of people went to their branches, ATMs, and try to get their money out. There were long lines queuing. And this is no different than about 10 years ago when the first banking crisis in Cyprus happened, when the state bank collapsed and people were trying to get their money out of the Bank of Cyprus. So can you get your money out on time? So the issue with title ownership is when identity is involved. So when you have an account, a bank account or a stock brokerage account, or even owning real estate, you actually don't have control over the actual asset because someone else is a judge and someone else has control. And this is a concept that it's simple concept, but people don't think enough about it. Okay. So what about cash? Do you control your cash? So people think, oh, with cash, at least I control it. Yes and no. Yes, it's cash, you control it. But what you don't control is the value of the cash. Because if you think about cash, what's important is the value of it. So if the value goes out the window, such as in inflation, hyperinflation, then it's really not worth anything. And we have 4 examples, very famous examples. We have the Deutschmark, the pre-World War Deutschmark, Germany. We have the Zimbabwe dollars, on the bottom left, 100 billion Zimbabwe dollars through hyperinflation is not much at all. We have Venezuela, the Bolivar went through hyperinflation just in recent decades. And then, of course, in India, they can arbitrarily ban the rupees. This happened about 10 years ago, banning the 500 to 1,000 rupee notes. So even if you have the paper notes, the government can arbitrarily take the money away, take the value away, and you don't have any money, so to speak. So therefore, controlling Bitcoin, controlling your custody of Bitcoin is super important. And the real question is, how do you control, how do you have your Bitcoin, right? So owning it, merely saying that you own Bitcoin is really not enough. It would be really more important for you to have control over it. So let's talk about how most people own their Bitcoin. Most people have their Bitcoins on exchanges, and we know exchange platforms can get hacked. That happens routinely. More importantly, here's the second thing, which is your exchange account. The account that you have on exchange can get hacked. Now, this is distinctly different than the exchange getting hacked, but rather your specific account might get phished, might get hacked, and people can steal money from your account as opposed to stealing money from the broader exchange itself. So this is a very important risk factor to be aware of. And third, the platforms itself, even if they're not hacked, they can go insolvent due to mismanagement and all that. And we're seeing, very clearly through the trials of SBF and FTX in the recent weeks, okay, about how they mismanaged the funds and became insolvent. All right, so the critical lesson here is, with digital currency, you can do this, which is to finally self-custody your assets, to finally self-custody your Bitcoin, okay? Again, this lesson is simple, but what's hard is for people to actually follow through. I think if you ask people in general, they all know this, but it's very, very difficult for everyone to follow through. There are many ways to store your Bitcoin, to store your digital assets, okay? And here are examples of very common ways: custodial platforms versus self-custody. So first of all, the big separation is, do you store it yourself or do you store it on a platform? And then, of course, we advocate for self-custody. And if you self-custody it on a wallet, then there's a notion of hot wallets versus cold storage. Hot wallets are things that store your coins on a device, whether it's a mobile phone or computer where it's running. The keys are on the device itself, and the device can be connected to the internet. Whereas cold storage, the private keys are offline on a different device, and that is not connected to the internet, and that's why they call it cold storage. And of course, what we advocate for is for you to self-custody your Bitcoin and digital crypto, and for you to use cold storage. So here's an example of a very popular and typical use case to use cold storage self-custody. But is it that simple, right? So the question is does this picture encapsulate the whole situation? And if you zoom out a little bit, you realize it's not necessarily the case, because complexity is the enemy of safety. Is your crypto cold storage solution simple enough to use safely? So now let's zoom out. What does it look like? Well, in reality, the simple device is not the full picture. You have cables, you have power sources, you're connecting to computers, you may have firmware updates, you may have mini programs running on your device. You definitely will have recovery seeds, recovery words written on pieces of paper, 2 or 3 copies, and it's poor handwriting. You might write it wrong. You might write the words out of order. And where do you store these recovery words, right? So what appeared to be a very simple and secure device turns out the full solution is anything but simple and secure. Okay, so this is where a complexity causes failure. Okay, so for the most part, I don't recommend this solution for the vast majority of people. There are people who can get this done well, but for most people, this is not the suitable approach, in my opinion. So what is a solution? The solution is to find a safe and easy cold storage, something to the level where you can use safely with your technical know-how. And with Ballet, this is my company, what we make is the cold storage card. And this card is super easy. The reason is that comes in a display case. The reason is that it has zero setup. Okay, this card is ready to go. It's a physical card, has no electronic components. So there's no updates required, no firmware updates, and it's all metal. And there's zero parts. It's really designed for 20 years. It's probably the only cold storage device that's designed for 20 years, where if you put cryptocurrency on there, Bitcoin on there, in 20 years, you can be assured to have access to it and not be stuck in rotting technology and so on and so forth. Okay, and it becomes a bearer asset, where it allows you to take digital cryptocurrency and turn it into bearer asset so that you could use it anywhere and give it to people. We also offer an app ecosystem. So the Ballet Crypto app is a companion app that allows you to use your device, monitor, track the balances in real time. So you can store the card away safely in a safe deposit box or a bank vault, and then you can access and see the balance and add to it anytime you want. It has multi-currency support, NFTs, over 1,000 different kinds of coins and NFTs. And it also offers secure air-gapped signing in case you really want to take it to the extreme and not even trust the device that you load the card on. Okay, so with Ballet, we finally have a solution that is safe and easy cold storage, allows for self-custody for everyone. Okay, so the real lesson is avoid the mess. Okay, when people think about cold storage, think about self-custody, and they think of these solutions, these physical small devices that are electronic and have backup and recovery phrases, that's all good if you know how to use it. But however, when you misuse it or don't know how to use it, it creates a whole mess, and actually it actually causes people to lose coins. And this is the real thing to avoid. Okay, so want true safety, keep it simple, right? KISS, keep it simple. Self-custody cold storage, physical bearer asset, durable and long-lasting, no electronics, no cables, no firmware updates, and all in the name of preventing user mistakes. And that's what Ballet is about. All right, so Bitcoin is the future of money. And what's unique about this future of money is that you can actually self-custody it. And obviously, we preach it in this age of Bitcoin. It's coming back above $30,000 for the first time in many, many months. I'm personally very excited to see this slow rally picking up. So in light of that, always remember to self-custody your Bitcoin. I'm also the author of this book, The Promise of Bitcoin. You can get this on Amazon in physical hard copy, as well as in ebook and also audiobook. So I also recorded the audiobook narration of this book called The Promise of Bitcoin. It's been very popular in the last 2 years. It's a Wall Street Journal national bestseller, I think, for 2 weeks in a row. So it's been great. Okay, thank you very much. I'm the founder and CEO of Ballet. Please add us on X, Twitter, and Instagram, and so on and so forth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for your excellent speech for us. And I think next we will come to our panel stage. So the first panel will be hosted by Stacks and Bobby, Sankar Banerjee, and several OGs will be the guest. Okay, so let us just have a 3-minute break, and we can go on. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for the
Hello,
brief.
everyone. It's time for our panel. Yeah. So I think, yes, Andre,
Do you
yeah,
make do you make our video? Do you make our video like? Should we show our face or?
it's okay. It's
Okay,
all
cool.
is okay. Yeah, you can decide it by yourself if you want to show your face or not. Yes, because I will share my screen, and the screen will tell people the panel's topic and the person message. Okay, I think we can start. The panel is hosted by Andre Serrano from Stacks. Yeah, and I think you can just start the panel, and maybe Paul Stock from LayerTwo Labs will come to our panel 5 minutes later. Yes, and you can start it now. I think yes, I will move my mic to you, Andre. You can host.
Great. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all for joining today. My name is Andre Serrano. I am the product lead at the Stacks Foundation. I just want to give a quick shout out to PermaDAO and the Arweave community for hosting this panel today, all around Bitcoin. We have a really exciting group of panelists here today, and we're going to talk about a range of different topics. So my panelists, as was mentioned previously, we have Paul Stork, founder of LayerTwo Labs, who I assume will be joining us here shortly. Bobby Lee, founder and CEO of Ballet Crypto. Dr. Sanka Banerjee, the product lead of Babylon, and Albert Liang, CEO of Bitcoin Startup Lab. All right, everyone. Well, I think it would be great if we could start out with some brief introductions. Bobby, since you're first on the screen, why don't you go first?
Yeah, hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Bobby Lee. I'm the founder and CEO of Ballet. So I've been in crypto for over 12 years, since early 2011. Ballet is my second rodeo in this in the crypto sector. I most famously started BTC China, the first Bitcoin exchange in China, and exited about 5-6 years ago. And so been running Ballet since then. And so I'm very passionate investor and hodler of Bitcoin. So the reason I created Ballet was to make cryptocurrency truly easy for everyday people. So we came up with this non-electronic approach to storing Bitcoin and digital currency on a card that's simple enough for people to use without having to go through a complicated setup process. And I'm looking forward to the next bull run. Looks like it's coming up in the next year.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Banerjee, you're up next.
Yeah, sure. So hi, I'm the product lead at Babylon. So I'm going to show my face. So I just have to say that I just came off of the Stacks blockchain at London. So I saw Andre and they did a great job. So super excited to be on this panel. So I am leading the product strategy at Babylon. So Babylon is founded by Dr. David Say, a famous cryptographer at Stanford. We're trying to bridge the Bitcoin world with the POS world. And before Babylon, I was a Cosmos developer. Kind of worked, my first project was Thorchain. Post that, worked on a few more projects like Osmosis, Nibiru Chain. And David made me at one of the other products. And he said, like, like we're trying to do something very big in terms of like building yield potential for Bitcoin holders. So I kind of felt very excited about the vision. I also was kind of very inspired by Stacks for a long period of time. So I thought that it was a great opportunity to kind of build this product, and very happy to be on this panel.
Awesome. Thank you. And yeah, definitely glad you were able to attend. So you had a great panel there also. I guess we're missing a couple of our other panelists. I don't see Paul or Albert here, I don't believe. So I guess we can go ahead and get right into it. Bobby, I wanted to send this first question to you. There's been a ton of innovation and experimentation in the Bitcoin ecosystem happening right now. I'm hoping you could just help to set the stage for people who may be watching this right now. So can you maybe start by talking about just what's the current state of the Bitcoin ecosystem from your perspective, and what are some of the innovations that have happened over the past year that have really stood out to you?
Yeah, so Bitcoin, to be honest, for most people has been boring for the last decade. Bitcoin, it was the grandfather of all cryptocurrencies. Started in 2009. It came out, it didn't come out with a bang, right? It came out in silence. The white paper came out in October. We're celebrating the 15th anniversary of the white paper next week, on Halloween of 2008. And of course, the very few people in the cypherpunks community, saw the white paper, read it back then. I was not part of that community, so I did not see it, read it until 2011. And then Bitcoin came out running on a node in 2009 by Satoshi, and it got a few people involved. So it really came out in silence, and only through strong fundamentals that Bitcoin stuck around and became the behemoth. And even today, Bitcoin is not as big as people think. It's only a few $100 billion worth. It's not even, it has crossed $1 trillion in value in the past, but today it's back below $1 trillion in value. So I was recently reminded of this, and I'm like, wow, Bitcoin has come such a long way in the last 14 years, but the reality is it's still stuck under $1 trillion. That's why I think the next rally will take it out of $1 trillion worth. And it's been boring in the sense that Bitcoin has not allowed for smart contracts, has not allowed for a lot of the cooler things that have been built on top of, let's say, Ethereum and other smart contracts and other main chains. So we've certainly seen a lot of innovation in the ERC or the ETH landscape in the last 5 to 8 years. And only in the recent 2 years, in 1 to 2 years, we've seen the emergence of ordinal protocols. And now we have NFTs on Bitcoin. Now we have tokens on Bitcoin. So it's getting a little bit exciting. But at the same time, it's what I consider to be very moderated growth. And the reason is fundamentally, as a Bitcoin hardcore person, I still believe the most important use case for Bitcoin is as digital money, as a store of value. It's used in transactions, that's great. But to me, the ordinal stuff is kind of like using gold as jewelry. As people know, traditional money was gold. Gold has been humanity's money for thousands of years. And gold today is still used as a store of value, a settlement between countries and nations. That's why many countries have hundreds or over thousands of tons of gold as their part of their reserves. But at the same time, consumers in society, some of us might collect gold coins, store gold coins and gold bars, but many people also use gold as jewelry. So ordinals, I see that as a good analogy, using Bitcoin, Satoshis, and so on as ordinals. Anyways, that's sort of captures my thoughts on Bitcoin lately.
Yeah, I really like that analogy. It's really interesting. And I mean, you mentioned that Bitcoin is boring, but that has been by design, right?
By design, yes.
We want our money to be boring because it is stable and predictable. And so it's really great to see, to your point, new use cases like ordinals emerging that can provide some additional functionality on top of a really robust sort of foundation that is Bitcoin. So, follow-up question for you, Bobby, being one of the earliest people in the Bitcoin ecosystem, just what has it been like to see this evolve from sort of like a hobbyist sort of tool to a $1 trillion industry now? But when you first started in Bitcoin, did you expect it to achieve this level of success that it has? What has that been like for you?
Yeah, I from the very early days, my brother and I, Charlie, we were discussing and trying to predict how successful can Bitcoin be. And at the time, the total value of Bitcoin was in the tens of millions, briefly touching 100 million. And, it's gone up 1,000-fold and more since then. So the thing about Bitcoin, even, for example, mining was a very popular subculture of Bitcoin back then, because we're talking about 2011, 2012, because at that time, everyone can mine, right? So it brings back the memories of the old days, like in the United States, the 1840s, 1849, when they discovered gold in California. A lot of people went from the East Coast through across the mountain, the Rockies, over to California for the gold rush. And in some sense, the 2011 to 2013 period was the Bitcoin rush, where regular people, you and me, could go and buy mining machines, graphics cards, ASICs, GPU farms, whatever, and mine Bitcoin at a small scale. And I did that myself. My brother did that. It was fun. It was hobbyist. And that's why the earliest Bitcoin exchanges cropped up. It was to provide liquidity and allow people who had the Bitcoins that were mined to sell them, and allow people who didn't have the mining equipment to buy the Bitcoins. So, and of course, that's all history now. These days, exchanges are used for much higher volume, higher liquidity trading, leverage trading, and so on and so forth. And also mining has also gone the way of industrialization, in the sense that it's all commercialized. Sorry, the better word is commercialization, meaning that only large companies can afford the capital expenditures required to set up mining farms at scale to increase the productivity and all that. So it's interesting. It's come a long way, but Bitcoin fundamentally has stayed the same. It's the only asset class in our known universe for humanity that is both limited in quantity and also decentralized in nature such that there's no one in control. So it's really a free, quote unquote, free asset class, as in free speech. Anyone can use, and it's digital, right? That way it allows for transfers electronically across continents and eventually across planets and so on. So I'm very excited about the future of Bitcoin.
Awesome. Yeah, likewise. Dr. Banerjee, I want to come to you with a question next. So Bobby, started to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been seeing this year with ordinals and other forms of experimentation. Babylon sort of fits in that category. It's a new model. It's very unique, right? My understanding is it's not strictly a scalability solution or a side chain like a lot of the protocols that we've been seeing, but instead leverages Bitcoin security to help bootstrap new chains. Can you just talk a little bit about what are the advantages of using Bitcoin in this way? What problem are you solving, and really help us to understand the value of Babylon?
Perfect. Can I just add one point on top of what Bobby said? Like his ideas were very insightful for Bitcoin, and just come back to your question.
Sure.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
So I started my career as a smart contract developer, and so before that I was in high frequency trading. And the reason I kind of jumped from high frequency trading into smart contract development, two of the biggest reasons was opportunity cost of time and opportunity cost of access to capital. So if we look at some of these smart contract protocols, as soon as you learn the language and you create a dApp, your access to lending on-chain or off-chain was very easy over the last 5 years. And we saw like a lot of development hitting the POS world. So one aspect when I look at the Bitcoin itself, and I see a lot of new applications like ordinals, stacks, is I see that we're really hitting one of the core user bases of crypto, which is developers, right? And so the more we make things attractive for developers in order to come up with new ideas, implement them, as well as get access to capital, we will see a tremendous amount of innovation on top of Bitcoin. Because to me, that's something which I got super excited that, hey, do I build my career just writing smart contracts, or do I kind of work at the interface between the POS and the Bitcoin world? And Babylon was like the perfect product for that. Because in case of Babylon, one of the things, like Babylon right now is an L1 on Cosmos, but we are also in the phase of enabling the EVM side of that L1 so that it's much more interoperable with the EVM chains. So the big thing which we found inside Cosmos, and as well as some of these other non-Cosmos chains, predominantly Polygon, is a lot of times in order to bootstrap a new application, you launch your own token and you expect the market speculation to kind of help you in securing the chain. So if the market thinks it's a good product, the token goes up, that improves your security, it gives you a runway to build the use case for the product. Now, because we, of course, landed up in, I would say, a much prolonged bear market, what happened is the market does not seem to speculate on new tokens as easily as it used to do in the pre-Lunar days. And this has become a big bottleneck in terms of incubating new ideas, right? So if you're building an Oracle, you're building a machine learning marketplace, it becomes very hard if the token which is securing your chain is having a 90% downturn, and now you're actually giving the demand creators that token, right? So it doesn't cover their cost basis, it doesn't cover the cost basis of validators. So for us, we saw that the Bitcoin holders have a lot lower cost of capital. Like you can actually give 2% interest APR in terms of a month annualized return, and a Bitcoin holder, as long as it's secure, as long as you're not involving him with some kind of hidden trust assumption. And that's where, for us, we have built Babylon not adding any trust assumption to the Bitcoin chain. It's a complete trustless self-custodian solution where a Bitcoin holder understands the POS side of the ecosystem, like what kind of yield is possible. And then he goes and locks the Bitcoin on a staking contract on the Bitcoin chain and makes this capital available for the POS network, right? And you get the Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain, which you are constantly being able to monitor in a self-custodial manner, and you start getting these rewards compounded. So the first step, we feel very confident and we see a lot of demand coming, is just helping all these new chains as well as existing chains which have identified that their biggest use is actually the token utility, meaning being a marketplace rather than trying to bootstrap the security of the ecosystem.
Great. Yeah, no, and to your first point, this year has seen really a resurgence in developer activity on Bitcoin. It seems like interest is at an all-time high, definitely over the past several years, of building new sorts of applications, experimenting in different ways. And so that's definitely been very positive to see the Bitcoin ecosystem really growing in this way. And so, okay, I want to drill into a little bit more about what you described there. And so, in that model, what we're essentially doing is leveraging the security of Bitcoin to bootstrap new chains. Those chains exist on Cosmos. And so can you just walk through exactly like what are the trust assumptions that that a Bitcoiner would make in this scenario? And would they be receiving a token on Cosmos as a form of yield, or what does that user experience look like?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, sure. So what we are doing is we have a staking. So once a Bitcoin holder wants to engage in the Babylon ecosystem, the Bitcoin holder actually locks the Bitcoin on a staking contract, which is on the Bitcoin chain. And this staking contract has two functionalities. One is if you don't like the yield, which you get on the POS side, you can just unbond. And there's an unbonding period of 2 to 3 days to make sure that you're not colluding with the miners. Then there's a second part, which is that when you make this capital available on the POS side, in proof of stake, there's a very defined slashing condition, which is that if a validator signs 2 blocks at the same height, then you need to be slashed because you can only validate 1 block at a time. So this slashing criteria has been, we have used advanced cryptography to emulate this slashing criteria back to the Bitcoin chain. So the way we think about this is anytime the validator to which you have allocated the Bitcoin capital, he double signs, means he signs 2 blocks at the same height, the private key of that staking contract gets revealed. Now, anyone who has access to this private key can move the capital from the Bitcoin holder to their address or to whatever they want. So whoever gets hold of that private key, they can actually take that capital. And by taking that capital, that's how we enable the slashing mechanism to the Bitcoin holder.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that description. That's very helpful. And can you talk about just what is the current state of Babylon? Like how is development going? Are there and when do you expect to see sort of the first chains launching using this new security model?
Yes. So we have actually we have released like an MVP of the staking, like how the staking should look. That was released in a native conference of Cosmos called Cosmoverse last month. So it's actually we're going to make it public. We're going to do some tutorials of it. We already have some subscriptions on our website. So the next step for us is that we are planning to go on a testnet by the end of the year, where actually people who are validators, they can actually come in and they can try to get some Bitcoin as well as they can get the proof of stake rewards. And our incentivized testnet is being planned around the halving next year. So the immediate chain which we are bootstrapping with the Bitcoin staking is actually the Babylon chain itself. So we will expect Babylon to be fully secured by Bitcoin. But on top of that, there are some chains like Osmosis, which has passed a governance proposal kind of confirming the need of Bitcoin security. Osmosis is like the biggest DEX on Cosmos. And then there is an AWS marketplace called Akash, which is also very interested in the Bitcoin security. These are 2 existing applications. There is an application which is trying to bring native Bitcoin back to the Cosmos ecosystem. It's called Nomic, and they are trying to secure their bridge using Bitcoin staking. So these are some of the activities inside Cosmos. And outside of Cosmos, Polygon 2.0 is very excited to kind of align with Bitcoin staking, because they see like there's an increase in security to their whole 2.0 vision. So we are also working on integrating them as the first few chains live.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I know that there's a lot of Bitcoiners in the Cosmos ecosystem, and I'm sure many of them would be very excited to hear about this sort of project. I just want to sort of emphasize some of the things that you said, which are that you really are unlocking the ability to have yield for Bitcoin without any additional trust assumptions, making Bitcoin productive, which has been which is in contrast to the current state of how Bitcoin has been, which is really just sitting on cold storage, sitting idle. And so I'm also very excited.
And so just on top of that, I think we are also enabling the restaking ability, meaning that for the same amount of stake, you can actually secure multiple chains, which hopefully increases the yield potential for the Bitcoin holder.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Bobby, okay, I want to zoom out for a little bit, go back to some of the broader innovation that we've been seeing around Bitcoin. Some of the examples are around ordinals and BRC20s that we mentioned. There's been a little bit of debate about, is this good for Bitcoin? Should Bitcoin be able to support, quote, shitcoins on Bitcoin, or you know, is this a distraction or a waste? Where do you fall on this debate, and how do you think about these new sorts of protocols and primitives that are launching on the Bitcoin L1?
Yeah, the notion of the word protocol is basically it's running something else on something more fundamental, right? So think of in computer networking, TCP/IP protocol, or IP protocol running on top of the base layer 1 link layer. So my point is, does the Ethernet wire, back then it was all wired Ethernet, right? These are all wireless. But does the Ethernet wire, or even the wireless 802.11 system, does it care what content, what transactions you're running over it? And the answer is it should not, because it was designed to allow this data to go back and forth. And whether the data is a movie, such as Netflix, whether it's pornographic stuff, whether it's just email data, whether it's a file attachment, whether it's image as a JPEG format or PNG format, it's all running on this protocol. It shouldn't matter. So my point for Bitcoin and ordinals and BRC20 is, if Bitcoin is designed sufficiently well and there's global buy-in in this version of Bitcoin, by the way, which is running as a protocol on top of the internet, right? Then it should just let it be, right? The gas fees, it's always been planned for a marketplace where people pay more, who want faster confirmations, and so on and so forth. And I think it's only healthy when it's sufficiently decentralized. And the fact that creative people have thought up, ordinals, ordinal protocols, BRC20, shitcoins, whatnot. It's all in the eye of the beholder, whether something is a shitcoin or something is an awesome token, right? So it's always in the eye of the beholder, and I just let it be. I don't worry too much about it. To me, it's kind of like the people who collect gold coins. Are they upset that other people are melting down the gold coins and turning it into jewelry, or even plating it, gold-plated stuff, or even they put it on food, right? You have gold flakes on food that people are just ingesting and then passing through their bodily excrements and being flushed down the sewer system, right? Is that a waste of gold? Or is that even right to eat gold and shit it out, so to speak? So it is what it is. Just let it be, right? So however way people want to use their Bitcoins and Satoshis and Sats, and spend it or not, or collect it because they have a special ordinal sat number, then so be it. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, Bitcoin was designed to be a neutral network. and as long as the users are following the protocol consensus rules, then it should be valid, right? And it's maybe not up
Exactly. And
anybody
then, for
to
example, if
decide.
one day the majority of the world, through hard fork or whatnot, think that, oh, the Bitcoin protocol should change, should disallow things, should allow some other things, whether it's block size or whatnot, then that will be the new consensus rule. Until then, this is the consensus rule, and this is what it allows.
Right. And that is one of the great things about Bitcoin, is that you always have the option to opt out, right? If people agree with the way that it's being used, you could try to do a hard fork, or have some ways to opt out of the system.
Yeah, and then, by the way, just historically, there's already been a handful, half a dozen of other, quote unquote, successful Bitcoin forks out there, right? So if you don't like this version, you can use any of the other versions, create your own version.
That's right. Okay, question, I guess, for both of you, whoever wants to take it, but I'm curious, if you think that Bitcoin needs anything else to improve on its current status, right? So I think all of us here on this panel share the vision for Bitcoin, and we've talked about a lot of the great things that have been happening, especially this year. But is there anything else that Bitcoin can do to fulfill its role as money, as a store of value? Or should we just say that Bitcoin isn't changing and doesn't need to have any sort of changes to it? Where do you both fall on that?
Maybe I can go first. So Bitcoin is a thing, right? It's not a lot. It's alive in the sense, but it's not self-aware, right? But if it were self-aware, you ask it, it's very neutral, right? Bitcoin was created by the inventor Satoshi Nakamoto, and it was created to serve a purpose. And a lot of times, some inventions do serve their purpose, some don't serve their purpose and fail. But in this case, I think it is serving its purpose. It's become a dominant global payment and store of value on the digital realm, right? It's, even though it has not crossed $1 trillion yet, but at several $100 billion, it's by far the most successful digital currency in humanity. So in that sense, it's already won. And so if you ask it, oh, what should change, what should improve in the future, I don't think there's anything it needs to change. Fundamentally, Bitcoin has been the same. It's been adding blocks, roughly 144 blocks every day. Now the blockchain is much, much longer than it was 5-10 years ago. And it's still, the block reward size has gone down by half every halving. It's done that 4 times. And it's on schedule. Nothing's wrong. The only thing is the fees are higher than in the past, which was also anticipated. So Bitcoin's been humming along. Some of the improvements in performance, the code, and all that has been put in. That's great. So when you're asking what should change for the future, how to make it more stable payments or whatnot, it's really about the people. You're really asking about the users of Bitcoin. How do they want to see Bitcoin change? And for that, it's not for any one person to say. It's not for me to decide. It's not for you to decide. It's really for the consensus of the world. And one thing about people who like Bitcoin is what you said earlier, very important point, is it's good to be boring. It's good to be slow. It's good to be non-changing, right? Because in the end, for something that's storing value as money, you don't want it to upgrade new versions and have all these fancy whistles and features, right? So in that sense, I think a lot of us hardcore Bitcoin supporters, we don't want it to necessarily change so fast. So I know there's a viewpoint that, oh, the more developers, the better. But in some ways, if something's working, why break it? Why change it? So that's my perspective.
No, I think, yeah, Bob's the point was very well taken. I think my objective of the developers looking at the Bitcoin was not really to change it, but was more like, hey, let's just be more knowledgeable about what exists in terms of like state of art. So I think I feel like if I look at Bitcoin, I think it has done an amazing job in kind of creating decentralized trust, where a community can actually build decentralized trust, which is very different than how trust has been visioned in the world before Bitcoin came. Generally, trust was always developed by the higher elite, the powerful, and they would create the trust and push it down to everyone to accept. And that's like a little bit historical concept. So what I see as like is the adaptability as a bigger kind of, I feel like ordinals has kind of created a use case. Some people are super excited about it. Some people are like, okay, let's wait and watch. So my hope moving into the next year would be that I think something is working with Bitcoin, and I completely agree that sometimes it's better to be boring and kind of be resistant to the stability aspect of it than to kind of try and change too many things. But as we kind of get more people looking into the Bitcoin blockchain, more use cases, I think there's going to be an adaptability aspect, which is going to go back to the consensus layer. Now, whether that happens over the next 5 years, 10 years or something, that is something which I feel would be very exciting. Because for me, I think Bitcoin, more than a payment, it's actually a trust network. And how people commoditize that trust network would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, very interesting. I like the way that, it seems like, one thing that I've kind of heard from both of you in some ways is that it's really up to the users, right, to be able to adapt to, what is the purpose, or how should this network adapt to these use cases as we look into the future there. Okay, a couple more questions for you guys before we start to wrap up here. But Bobby, this next one's for you. Just want to talk a little bit about how you see the future of Bitcoin custody solutions. I know you've been doing a lot of work to make it easy for users to use their Bitcoin and store their Bitcoin. How do you see that evolving? How do you see the user experience improving in the future of Bitcoin custody?
Yeah, because we live in this decentralized world, right? It's all decentralized in some sense. There will always be a mix of custodial solutions and self-custody. Despite how hard some of us can push self-custody, the reality is there will be people, there will be businesses, there will be entities who need a third-party custody service to store their Bitcoins and other cryptocurrencies. That's fine. That's their choice. And hopefully, fingers crossed, custody solutions will become more reliable, will become less prone to hacking, will become more audited and more regulated and more safe for users while they don't charge too much fees. Okay. Now, for self-custody, there will be a variety of solutions. You always want solutions that are electronic, that are hot on your phone. That way you can instantly access it and send funds. Think about payment systems. Think about just the money you carry in your wallet, what you want to spend on a daily basis, weekly basis. And you may want to show off NFTs, bring them in, bring them out, or other digital assets. So you want hot solutions, but you also want cold storage solutions for ones that you want to store for longer term. And so I think there's also the multi-party stuff, the multi-party keys and all that, signatures, multi-sig. The only thing I preach for is to make sure solutions are not, basically our industry has preached for security, safety, and advanced features, which is good, but I think we have not, as an industry, preached for easy to use. We have not preached enough for something to be simple such that we don't make mistakes. I think as people get older, I'm getting older, as we shift generations, technology is hard, right? That's why anyways, that's why the classic joke is, how come your parents didn't know how to set the VCR, change the time on the VCR? I mean, that's an old joke that people don't understand anymore. And my parents didn't know how to change the clock on their VCRs. And that was a joke for that generation. So the question is, when the next generation, when they grow up, when our kids grow up and our grandkids grow up, when we become grandparents, what will we not know how to do? that they will do very easily, right? And I think about these things. I think about these things. I think about living a long life and holding Bitcoin, you know, for the ages, right? And what things will I not know how to do when I become a grandfather at that age, right? So how do we make things easy enough, right? Like things like a gold coin. A gold coin, my grandfather, when he was young, he was able to buy gold coins, and then he had children grow up, and he has his grandkids grow up, and he was able to give me gold coins later on in his life, and it did not involve, you know, complicated procedures, right? So the question is, if I become a grandfather, how can I give cryptocurrency to my grandchildren, give Bitcoin? Will I want to do that? Yes. And how do I do that? Is it through some complicated multi-party authentication scheme and signatures? Hopefully not. Hopefully nothing too complicated. So that's something we should think about, just broadly speaking, how to make things easy enough to use. Because over the years, we've seen too many examples of hacking, of theft, of you know, whether you call it the North Koreans or state-sponsored hacking, or whether it's just regular criminal networks or just script kiddies, teenagers who have nothing better else to do than to steal funds from unsuspecting users, right? So the question is, how do we prevent preventable mistakes? How do we prevent user mistakes for causing loss of coins? And that's what I preach for.
Right. And the reality is that right now, to use a non-custodial Bitcoin wallet solution still requires you to be a fairly sophisticated user, right? There's a fair amount of technical expertise that you need to have in order to be able to get comfortable storing your Bitcoin securely, knowing how to manage your seed phrase. And when you look at the vast majority of normal users, I think about, you know, talking about this to like my family or, you know, friends that aren't in the industry, it can be really intimidating to explain to them how to get set up with that.
Yeah. So Andre, that's why I created Ballet. So Ballet, this card here, is the solution, right? This is easy enough to use. You can put your Bitcoin, NFTs, and crypto on here. Supports over 1,000 different kinds, and you can then give this to your family members. They can store it here. You could look on the app to see how much it's worth, and as long as you keep this card safe, as long as you don't physically lose this card, you don't have to worry about anything. Nothing to worry about. No backups, no technology upgrades, firmware, and you can have control over it and have access to it.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, thank you for that. And Bobby, where can people go to get one of those cards? balletcrypto.com, correct?
Yeah, ballet.com, BALLET, ballet.com. We sell these on Amazon. So if you live in a country that Amazon serves you, more likely than not, you could buy it on Amazon, search for Ballet cold storage. Or you could go to our website, ballet.com. You could buy it directly from us. We ship worldwide. Yeah, so it's been really popular.
Great, thank you. And Dr. Banerjee, any final thoughts from you? Any call to action? Anything that you want to leave the audience with today?
Yeah, maybe the first call to action would be to definitely visit our website, babylonchain.io. So we have the light paper. We also have like a testnet running. So join our Discord, ask us questions, happy to answer. We also have a community forum where we are discussing the light paper. A lot of interesting Bitcoiners are there in terms of asking us questions on security, maybe even yield expectations. As I completely agree with Bobby that I think just buying, selling, as well as getting access to Bitcoin, that should be a lot easier. And we should kind of assume people to kind of different parts of the world have different kind of knowledge in terms of like wallet, as well as buying and selling using electronic apps. So I think the easier we make for people to onboard into Bitcoin and use different use cases, I think that's a great call to action. So there's a lot to do in that sense. We're actually using OKX wallet, which is a pretty good one where you can see native tokens as well as the rewards on the POS side. And yeah, I think we're entering in a very new era of Bitcoin renaissance. There's a lot of interesting ideas. So I'm actually wishing every Bitcoin participant their biggest best of luck in kind of coming up with their use case, as well as I'm kind of asking the Bitcoin ecosystem itself, like, let's all of us interact together, because this is a big pie, so we actually need to work together rather than thinking of competition and not trying to interact with each other. So the more hackathons, the more interactions we do, we're going to kind of help each other in building the best product.
Absolutely. Well, okay. I think that just about wraps up today's session. Dr. Banerjee, Bobby, thank you both so much for joining us here today. I know I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone that is tuning in on the live stream today did as well. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And until next time.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. I'm very happy you have a good conversation and yes, communication. And okay, so if you want to have more further conversation with each other, you can DM each other. Yes, maybe by Twitter or Zoom link. So next, we will have the panel 2. And before that, I think we should have maybe 2 minutes break for that. So, okay, let's just wait for our guest. I think it is we need to start our panel now, and maybe Sab and Sam will come to our panel later. So cause Sab is a host, but now we have Tom, right, and Paul, and
you have me too.
yeah. I have you. Yes, I think you three could open your topic. You know what I mean? Yes. And who wants to be the host?
Not me. I'm not a great of a host.
Okay. So
so
Ricky.
is Sam and Sebastian joining, or are they going to be late?
Yes, maybe because I
think
Sab,
I think
Sab.
Sebastian just
Sab,
he just joined.
hello, Sab. Hi. Can you hear me? Sab. Oh, I think maybe he had a poor internet. Sab, can you hear me?
Hey, how's it going, Coral?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I think, yes, we can start this panel and you are the host. But for the guest, we have Tom Rakis, KYVE, and with DB. Yes, you can start. And maybe I think Anthony and Sam, they will come to our panel later.
Okay, understood. Well, in that case, hello and welcome, everyone. It's great to be here, and it's great to see, well, hopefully we can see some of these faces. I'm going to turn my video on. And it's great to be here. Thank you very much for all of you to join us. So perhaps we can get started with a quick round of introductions for those of you who still don't or not super familiar with the folks here. So maybe Paul, we can start with you, if you would mind telling a little bit about your background, how you got into crypto, how you got into Kive, and where you're based out of. That would be super useful.
Okay, sure. So as you can guess with my accent, I am from France, but I'm based in Berlin. So I don't have the German accent yet, thankfully. So I started in crypto, I started looking into crypto in 2015, a bit earlier. I was young back then, and I asked for even earlier, I think. I don't exactly remember, but I asked my mom for Christmas between one Bitcoin or one subscription for a video game for over a year. She chose a subscription for the video game because it was easier to buy it back then. So unfortunately, I didn't have my first Bitcoin. And then after I switched, I kept interested into it, but take a step back, to be honest, wasn't looking too much into it. Then I came back in 2016, something like that, and start to be more involved with local community in France. So for Binance, and so on. So I get higher, recruited because it's not a job, but more volunteer position as a Binance Angel in France. So I was one of the first Binance Angel in France, helping Binance to grow the community, then start working on in a project in the Polkadot ecosystem, and then founded Kive thanks to my mom on a job offer. She found she's also looking into crypto since she regrets her decision to don't buy a Bitcoin back then. So no, she introduced me, she sent me the job offer. I started looking into Kive, and I was really impressed with what those team was building. So I decided to join. And since then, it's 2.5 years. I'm doing a head of ecosystem at Kive. So mostly doing BD, reaching out to people, explaining them what is Kive and also what is Arweave, because Kive is nothing without Arweave. So how they can leverage data that have been uploaded into Arweave to serve them and to use all the historical data of blockchain as public good and to build stuff on top of it. So yeah, that's it for me.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Paul. And it's a cool story. Well, and it turns out that your mom came full circle and now is responsible for you also being on the Kive ecosystem. That's great. Thank you. Tom, what about you, friend? What is your background? How do you come to the Arweave ecosystem, and what is it that you're building on right now?
Yeah, so yeah, I came into the Arweave ecosystem around 2020. Again, kind of a huge fan of blockchain technology, but Arweave being able to not only store data, but also do it at scale. So my background was mainly around data applications, and really fell into Arweave, focused on data and blockchain technology. Last year, I built a protocol called the Stamp Protocol that's really made to allow for discoverability on the PermaWeb, which is kind of the web layer of Arweave. And now I'm working on not only continuing to build other protocols, but help teams with composability and the ability of discovering data on the Arweave ecosystem.
Awesome. Yes, that last bit, super important, right? How to make sure that the interesting and valuable information that is stored on Arweave actually also gets discovered, getting it out there. So I'm sure that we'll talk more about that. After all, the title of this panel is the future of Arweave, and that plays a huge part in it. Thanks, Tom. Ahmad, are you also there, friend?
Hey everyone. So
man.
originally I'm a software engineer and a senior tech writer. I started contributing to multiple Web3 protocols like 3 years ago, including the Graph. I was doing tech writing, dev advocacy, DevRel basically. Now I'm with WeaveDB, and I'm the CEO of WeaveDB. It's a decentralized NoSQL database as a smart contract on Arweave. Yeah, I'm excited about this panel, and thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you for being here. And where are you based out of, Ahmad? And then also back to you, Tom. Where are you based out of? Where are you calling in from now?
So I'm residing in Dubai, but now I'm just traveling around. Now I'm in KL in Malaysia.
Nice, awesome, sweet. What about you, Tom?
Yeah, I'm currently based out of Charleston, South Carolina, in the U.S.
Nice. We were relatively close geographically yesterday, Tom. I was and very far up north in Florida. So I saw Charleston on the map and like, should I go 3 hours drive? But decided to go the other way and go down south. But all right, cool. Let me perhaps get started with, what do you think the current state of the Arweave ecosystem is? And perhaps we can start with you, Tom. Like, what are some things that you're seeing that have been perhaps like setting up the playing field for what the future of Arweave is going to be? So perhaps in the last 6-12 months, what are some things that have happened that have really laid the groundwork?
Yeah, so the ecosystem continues to grow tremendously, like you said, every 6 months. But I think from my perspective, we've really made a lot of gains in protocols. So we've got ANS 110, which is the discoverability protocol. We have the universal data license, which allows creators to specify their data rights in a licensable way. And then we have the universal content marketplace and the stamps protocol, which is a universal like button. And then we've also made a lot of progress with compute. So Warp and MEM are two systems that allow you to do compute with SmartWeave on Arweave. And then wallets, a lot of progress with wallets. RConnect shipped 1.0. AuthInt allows you to use Auth2 to connect to the PermaWeb. EverID launched and Arweave.app. And the other two things that I think are of note is gateways. So now we have over 149 different gateways through r.io, which makes it super easy to run your own gateway node. And then databases, WeaveDB, HoloDB, etc. So we've been really growing at a fast pace, and there's lots of new innovations now on Arweave.
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you for the recount. And it's pretty impressive when you, I mean, it's you just like spend like 3 or 4 minutes just listing those so like innovations that have come into the Arweave ecosystem, because so much happens very, very quickly here. So perhaps just to follow up on that, what does it mean? Like combined all of this, what does it enable? Is there like a specific unlock that you're seeing? What does it mean for everyone here listening?
Yeah, for me, I think what you're seeing is a fully decentralized data-driven platform, which from my opinion is this is the promise of what the internet was supposed to be when it launched in the 90s. So I kind of see that we're using these technologies to create a sovereign place where users can store and interact and share knowledge and data.
Awesome. Yes, fully agree. And I think that basically these are like the building blocks that you need. Like the infra is there in order to really make this come to fruition. Now turning to you, Paul, what do you see? How do you see things? I mean, you're head of eco at Kive. How do you see, or how do you perceive the Arweave ecosystem? And perhaps in your conversations with other folks when you're trying to explain what Arweave is and also what Kive does.
So, in my opinion, I'm going to talk also more about what's happened online, kind of on Twitter and so on. You see, like many debate lately about who is really truly decentralized, who is not truly decentralized. How you make sure that you have all this data availability conversation going on with like this wording, and then after no, it's not a real wording. We should change this wording and so on. So it's kind of funny to see all this debate and see that Arweave is already kind of the solution to all of that, because like Arweave give you the data availability layer that you need for your blockchain, and Kive on top of that give you the data validity layer to import those data to Arweave. So you see more and more conversation going on around that, and at the end of those conversations, most of the time the solution is always Arweave. People are always talking a bit about Arweave because it's like the thing that it's the made for solution for that. And it's like kind of a problem that we all realize in the space about a bit late, I think, for all proof of stake network mechanism. And like not only layer 1, you have also layer 2, you have Validium that Polygon will use, for example, in the future. And basically all the data, historical data, might be like stored off chain, and you will rely on someone with a cryptography incentive that should give you the data if you ask for, but it's not sure. Like it's wrote in the description of their documentation that they can provide the data, but they don't have to. So it's kind of funny to see that truly decentralization don't exist yet. And I think Arweave is a key pillar for that. And more people start understanding what and why Arweave is important. I think what is lacking, and like Arweave team have made a huge effort lately on that with all the thread on Twitter and so on. It's like educational content to explain how it's work in simple words. Because like we all know, like as a head of ecosystem, I can tell you, most people are lazy. They don't read. It's like the same with the media. You just read the title of the thing and you're like, oh, I know what is in the news. No, you know the main title, but after you need to read the description, what's happened for real, And many people don't read the docs. They just read the first lines and they're like, okay, I get it. But you need to deep dive a bit more to understand truly how it's work and what is the incentive model behind it and so on. Because when you say like it's stored permanently, people are like permanently, what, 10 years? No, not 10 years, way more than that. But it's hard for them to understand. And I think in Web3, we have also this problem where you have like many protocol layer one, that want to be the ETH killer or Bitcoin killer and use like such big marketing like term and wording that after when you have legit project coming with like real promises that are proven by mathematical thing and like use cases and so on, it's hard for people to believe them. So it's kind of the work that we still have to do to make, okay, it's not only just marketing buzzword, but it's also what it's truly, and here's as a proof, like you can check it and if you don't trust me, verify it. So I think it's where we are at this stage, at this path. If you would have asked me 6 months ago, I would have said we have a big effort to do, I think, on marketing and on like pushing the world outside the Arweave ecosystem. But I think Arweave team is taking the right path to do so right now. So it's very cool to see that.
Cool. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. And it's not only, fortunately, it's not the Arweave team, it's the Arweave ecosystem that it really is coming together to help explain outside of our own necessary community, to explain what the advantages are of using the Arweave or any product or any application, the Arweave ecosystem. It's a little bit like, remember when we had the banking crisis in March, Silicon Valley Bank went down, and then people were like, "Oh, right, that's why Bitcoin. That's why it makes a ton of sense, because I don't have to trust any other bank and have all these issues." I feel like the same thing happens every time that someone gets deplatformed or there's censorship or there's a data availability issue. And like, oh, right, yeah, that's why it matters. It's not just something trivial to have. It's not just something to stand behind philosophically. It has real practical implications for the usability of products and applications, and also for the rights that people have. So yeah, totally with you there. I see that we have Sam here and joining. Hey, Sam, how's it going?
Hey, everyone, how are we doing? And yeah, I guess I'd also like to jump in on what Paul said there. That's exactly right. I think that helping educate people and helping them understand that the whole point of Arweave, and arguably decentralized systems in general, is that you can verify, you don't have to trust, and that they should verify is really important. And yeah, to the question of marketing, I also agree with Seb. It's, Forward Research has been publishing more threads about how Arweave works, but like ultimately it's the Arweave ecosystem that has taken that mantle forwards, and we're building this decentralized communications infrastructure, basically. So I think Longview Labs, which publishes under only Arweave on Twitter, has been doing an amazing job spreading the word, and same with Weavers, which is a new organization set up by Luke Bateman, who is head of growth at ETH Global. Really ran growth operations at, I was going to say at Ethereum, obviously not at Ethereum, but at the organization that did most of the growth work for Ethereum. So he's been taking up the mantle in the Arweave ecosystem as well recently, and that's been great to see. Yeah, I think it kind of takes a village on this front to get the word out.
100%. And we started a little bit ahead of time, Sam, and we're still, I believe that we're still waiting for Anthony to join us. But basically, we asked folks here to introduce themselves and explain a little bit, perhaps how they got into crypto and the Arweave ecosystem. So if you'd like to continue with that format, how did you get started, Sam? How did you start working on Arweave, and what drove you to do that?
Yeah, so I first encountered crypto in 2011 or so, 2010, 2011, when Bitcoin was worth something less than $1. And I thought it was kind of curious, magic internet money. Didn't really think too much of it at the time, although it was a very novel idea. I was really interested in BitTorrent at that time. So this was kind of a clear extension of the vision. But it wasn't until about 2013, I think, in that wave, there was sort of like hype waves. I think I was in hype wave number 2. I started mining Bitcoin. And on the Bitcoin Talk forums, there was a subforum for altcoins. And in that time, people were just starting to experiment with the first alternative consensus mechanisms, consensus algorithms. And I thought that was pretty interesting. But at the time, it was super, super early. I think there was something called Peercoin, which was the first proof of stake network. and a few others that were just starting to experiment with what that might look like. And then Ethereum came on along a little bit later, and I watched that from the start. I put $15 into the ICO, which turned into a lot more than 15, but still not like, yeah, it was some money, but then but that kind of, I guess, gave me the impetus to watch as the Ethereum ecosystem grew. And so I really saw that whole thing play out. And it wasn't until I think in 2016, I was like, okay, what am I going to do with my ETH? I'd had imagined that I'll put in enough that I could buy like a server on AWS for like a month or two. That was how I imagined I would use my ETH when I put it into the ICO. But then it wasn't until that 2016, and the first thing when it came to developing on Ethereum I did was like Google, how do I store a website on Ethereum? To which I was thoroughly disappointed. Like on the marketing website for Ethereum back in 2014, they had Ethereum is the world computer on the front page. And so I just imagined, you can store web applications, websites inside this thing. And so I was a little bit disappointed at that. And then in 2017, I saw a bunch of different threads coming together in the world. I essentially guess I fundamentally believed, and I still do believe, that the world was becoming more unstable. And it was time to solidify digital rights, if that makes sense. So the right to speak freely on the internet and the right for things to be remembered if people desire them to be. And I was doing a PhD in distributed operating systems, and so I had some background, but not on decentralized permissionless networks, but there was a sort of small bridge, I guess. And I started looking at the problem, well, what happens when you try to store large amounts of data on chain? Because this was something I'd always thought was super interesting from the very first block of Bitcoin, right? This newspaper headline that Satoshi embedded in there. Yeah, there's something really compelling about the fact that newspaper headline is replicated in so many places on Earth without a single centralized point of failure, that it would be virtually unfathomable for it to be lost, at least in the next, say, 500 years, something like that, I would guess. Yeah, and so that was the basis of the idea. Well, can we make that scale? And can we make it properly permissionless so that anyone could put arbitrary amounts of data inside? And that was 6.5 years ago. And we launched Arweave 5.25 years ago. And yeah, I now lead Forward Research, which is fortunately just one of the many organizations in the Arweave ecosystem that are now pushing forward the mantle of adoption of the network. And so really, really very grateful for all of the other ecosystem participants like PermaDAO, for example, who put together this event that are pushing the envelope there. We can do it without this village approach. And so I'm genuinely very, very grateful for that. I think Arweave is one of the more decentralized ecosystems, probably one of the most outside of Bitcoin. And so that's, yeah, it's really cool to see.
That makes a ton of sense. And yeah, it's great to have that recount of how things, like the motivations behind it, how you got started with it. Tom already did the favor here of sort of like speaking a little bit about the innovations on the technical front that have occurred over the past 6 to 12 months. And I think that's, this panel is called The Future of Arweave. So I think it's important to try to understand a little bit, like, where is it that we what was the starting point, where are we coming from? Where is it right now? And perhaps that's something that we can jump on with you, Ahmad. Your take on, like, where are we right now? And then we can start really thinking about, like, what are the things that we're building on right now that are going to be unlocking the future of Arweave? Perhaps also not, I think that having an insular approach into what it is that we're doing is okay, but I think that it's also super important to see where do you think the future of Arweave is going to be in response to what we think is going to happen in technology and more broadly speaking. But perhaps, Ahmad, what are some things that you guys are working on right now? What are some things that are exciting you right now happening in the Arweave ecosystem?
Yeah, so every time someone asks me about Arweave, I literally just tell them that Arweave is the only solution to scale Web3 or the entire blockchain space. Because, okay, Arweave started as a decentralized permanent storage solution, but we need Arweave for so many other use cases. If you compare it to Ethereum or any other blockchains, I just saw this tweet by Richard saying that if you want to store 1 gigabyte of data on Ethereum, you have to pay $63 million, which is like insane. I thought that it's really expensive, but not to pay $63 million to store a single gigabyte of data on Ethereum. When it comes to Arweave, you can store data for like $3, $4, and it's permanent, it's decentralized. So Arweave is the only solution to scale Web3, to build actual fully decentralized web applications. So what we are working on at WeaveDB, it's basically a decentralized database. And we believe that we need a decentralized database to onboard the next 1 million devs from Web 2 into Web3, because till this moment, all the use cases we have in crypto are limited. Like, for example, sending tokens, simple DeFi interactions, NFTs, and that's it. We don't have an actual fully decentralized web application built fully on chain, fully decentralized, and actually works. So to do that, we need a decentralized database. We need WeaveDB, we need Quill, we need other databases. So yeah, I believe that Arweave, WeaveDB, all the protocols being built on Arweave are the solutions to build fully decentralized web applications.
Yep, I agree, and I think that it's something that you guys certainly have been working on. I remember when we started, when we met in person with Tomo, that was a little bit of over a year ago, and it was like pretty clear that there was still room, and there's still room to innovate there, and you guys have been doing a great job at it. Paul, perhaps turning to you, what are some current things that you're seeing in the Arweave ecosystem, or things that you're seeing happening with Kive that you're most excited about?
So just not only, I think like even the first like utility of Arweave of keeping like historical like documents, like resources intact for the long term, you know, keeping all this information relating, like without going into debate, but with all what's happening in the world right now, like the spreading of fake news everywhere, plus like all this crisis that we see everywhere, it's really important. And I think it's people like start to understand that we all know that we would all want to have a legacy, but the humanity also have its own legacy, and the history of humanity need to be kept somewhere that we are sure that we can have it forever. And I think it's like going back a bit to the fundamental of Arweave, let's say, but I think it's even with just that, I think Arweave is such a great thing, because like it's super important for the future of the humanity by itself to have access to all the resources without any censorship, and accessible for everyone, for education and open-mindedness and so on. For Kive, that is more like blockchain related for now in our aspect. This year we have released like few products. So first of all, we launched mainnet like 6 months ago, something like that. We uploaded more than 1 terabyte of data onto Arweave in a completely decentralized way. So we are pretty proud of this achievement, and we plan to have more data uploaded before the end of the year for sure. We have released a product that is called an ELT pipeline. So that's allow you to query any data that have been uploaded through Kive into your local warehouse, such MongoDB, Snowflake, MicroSQL, SQL, and so on. We support more than 60 destinations. So that's also a part of educating people and making data on Arweave accessible to like everyone, like more Web 2 people, let's say, because it's like a one-click solution. So I think it's something that is really important. And what we were lacking a bit, it was how we make all those data that we have uploaded through Kive accessible for the broader audience, and like also like Web2 institutional company that want to do accounting or want to do data analytics before taking any decision, I don't know, on Cosmos Chain, for example. So they access data that are on Arweave within the ELT pipeline of Cosmos Chain. So it's super easy for them. And right now, our team, we just finished a beta tester program of it today. We are releasing K-Sync. So K-Sync is like basically state sync, but in a decentralized way that allow you to sync with any chain and any eight in less than 2 minutes, when no, it takes like 2, 3, 4 weeks to state with a chain. So basically it's like either like downloading the entire state of the chain from Genesis that take a lot of time, or asking for a snapshot that is very centralized. So like with Arweave and Kive, we can build those kind of products. And we plan to have more and more like stuff coming out like that for sure. We are like sponsoring hackathons, sponsoring like bounties and so on. So we are like kind of curious of what will happen next in the next month. We we have a hackathon with Learn Web3. I know like Arweave ecosystem, all the Arweave ecosystem is like pretty close to them also for educational content. And those guys are very good for that. That someone built a kind of a decentralized Dune analytics, gathering data from Arweave that have been uploaded through Kive. So it's kind of all those use cases that we see coming out. And like, even like, yes, the first idea is like already enough, and like all those projects like Kive and the other one that are building on top of Arweave, I think we have more than 130 projects in Q3 2023 building on top of Arweave, if I'm not wrong, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's awesome. And it's like not, like than other ecosystem people just coming to get some money, but people building because they have a true vision and truly believe in the mission and vision of Arweave ecosystem as a whole. So it's cool.
That's super impressive. Yeah, indeed. And congrats on those launches and on the fast progress that you've been achieving at Kive. I think that indeed, like in this market phase, it's really interesting to see that sensible and fundamental use cases of Arweave are being built and really developed even further. And so it's always helpful to not have the distractions that a super effervescent market has, and to enable the signal to be a lot stronger, not to have so much noise. So that's always super helpful in this phase. Same question to you, Tom. What are some things that you're working on right now that you're excited about?
Yeah, so I think it's been a course of over a year of all these pieces, but the Bazaar product that we just launched, it's a universal content marketplace, and basically it allows for atomic assets to be traded on the permaweb. And we shipped it maybe 6 weeks ago and just launched a atomic asset creator just last week. And this product allows just a very easy to use interface for creators to take their assets, whether it's 3D objects, videos, music, or pictures, and attach the universal data license to that to explain how they want this data to be treated in the marketplace. And then Bazaar takes that and you can either choose to trade it as a one-to-one, or you can fractionalize the asset. So you can trade it in multiple units, and then you provide licensing for access. So for example, with music, you can say, I want to allow for people to purchase this music for 1U, and U is our unit of account token on the permaweb. And then it will render in Bazaar and only show it playing for like 10 seconds. And then it would come out and say, license this music, and you pay the 1U, and then you get licensed that song for forever. And so just seeing all of these protocols and technologies kind of come together. If you go to Bazaar, you can see stamps, and people are stamping stuff they like. You can enter in comments, and those comments are on chain forever, and they're actually atomic assets. So you can actually trade comments to atomic assets. And yeah, I'm just super excited about this composability vision really coming together. The last kind of example I'll give that I'm excited about is Fair Protocol. It is an AI marketplace, but because it's on the permaweb, you can create your images and with one click, turn around and trade them on Bazaar. So it really gives the idea of a user traveling with their data through applications. And I get super excited about that, because you can't really do that in Web 2.
Totally. And it is super exciting. I think that the rest of us here share your enthusiasm about it. It's really cool to see how these different pieces have come together, and now we can really have a whole set of behaviors from users, different types of user, end user, but also developers, and then just like spin up their own solution or their own application, or just like use it and start trading on these different assets that are available. Okay, Sam, same question for you. What are some things that you're working on right now, and why are you excited about them?
Yeah, so a lot of the same things that Tom mentioned. I think building the base layer of a composable web of data is super important for the Arweave ecosystem. Essentially, the idea is that if data is shared between applications, users have more sovereignty, their data has more exposure, and developers don't have to fight against network effects of existing systems. There's instead a way more, efficient market for content. And part of this comes to the universal data license, which was something we released in the middle of the summer, I think. Which is essentially a system that allows you to attach real world rights to on-chain data and have those rights be tradable. This is kind of like NFTs done right, if you will. This is really a powerful thing, I think. Tom described some of the ways that it can be used, but basically any application that produces data on the PermaWeb can suddenly have that data, A, be built upon by other applications, and B, produce royalty streams when other people use it. And when you buy and sell interest using the universal content marketplace, as Tom was describing, in these assets, yes, you're literally buying the real world rights associated with them, which is something I think relatively, it feels like it's kind of what the crypto ecosystem has been like nudging at in this, classically decentralized way, right? Lots of people having different ideas that approximate, the central thesis. But we're trying to like shoot for directly that middle pillar, if you will, make that thing real. And what I'm most excited about now that we have those, the base layer in place, I would say, is bringing platforms into the ecosystem that are producing large amounts of content that then other developers can permissionlessly build upon. So our hope is that once these platforms are in place, and there already are some, for example, Lens is uploading a large amount of social data to Arweave. Same with a number of other decentralized social media systems. Once these are in place, as a developer, it's a pretty profound shift in the proposition, right? Instead of it being like you're going to produce a better YouTube, which might be TikTok perhaps, and it takes you a weekend to build the application and then 10 years to fight against YouTube's network effects. Instead, you spend a weekend building the application, you start licensing data permissionlessly from the network, and suddenly you're competing with YouTube, not just competing, but adding value to the ecosystem that YouTube already created, capturing some value for yourself and sending some back to YouTube for having used their data. It's just a radically different proposition. And then the proposition is no longer like, okay, yeah, you have to do that, but you have to run all the infrastructure. Well, actually, if you use the PermaWeb properly, you can build on the top of the generic infrastructure. So if you build a PermaWeb app, for example, Bazaar or Now or Alex, these systems don't run their own infrastructure. You just publish them once and they run permissionlessly on a sort of generic backend, if you will, which is an Arweave gateway. And those are proliferating at a great rate. The REO team is doing a really good job with their testnet, bringing online more and more gateways. There's some questions there about like proxying and this type of things, what's being hosted locally, what's being hosted on other servers, but like largely that situation is improving at a rapid pace as well. So those things are all really exciting, I think. Another thing that has been receiving a lot of attention in the ecosystem, which I believe will be a like step function change in the types of things you can build, is on the compute side. Now, I can't go into too much of the detail here, but there are evolutions of the warp system in the works that I think are pretty dramatic in the changes that they'll make to the ecosystem, the applications that people are able to build. Stuff like fully decentralized, specific backends, for example, in a decentralized way will be possible, but I won't talk about that too much now. That'll be for a future announcement. So those are some of the things that we are focused on at Forward Research. I would say that that's just the Forward Research view of the world. Also, there's community labs and Hansa and a bunch of other ecosystem participants that all have their own view, and that's the strength of it. Like, this is our imagination, or imagining of what the next stage of adoption of the PermaWeb will look like. but there's many other people with different strategies as well. And so, yeah, we'll leave it there.
Yeah, important. That's a super useful disclaimer in general, right? Like these are certain views that there's not one single pillar view, because that is not the way that a healthy, robust ecosystem grows and can grow quickly. Okay, I'm mindful of the time here, and so I would propose doing this. Look, this is called the future of Arweave. We've covered a little bit the past. We've covered what we're all excited about now. Now I would like to change things a little bit, and change the format also a little bit. Rather than me asking you questions, why don't we all just like talk like we usually do whenever we have one of our ecosystem calls, and perhaps using my function here as moderator / host, I'd like to introduce one perhaps general topic to discuss and how that affects the future of Arweave, and that is sort of like the rise of artificial intelligence. And I think that in crypto we've seen for the majority, for the largest part, a super quick effect of AI, and that has been, if anything, funding. Like the funding has moved completely over to, or not completely, but like in a large part over to AI focused applications and use cases that have a lot of a strong component of artificial intelligence and large language models. So I'm wondering, all right, well, what does that mean for Arweave being a system that allows you to store any type of information permanently? What are some, is this a good thing? Do you think that it's going to be, that LLMs are going to be able to use Arweave, or what are the implications of AIs in Arweave? Is there some sort of like combination there or not? And this is not directed to anyone in particular. So, you know, first come, first serve, and you can just jump in. Anyone, any takers? Sam, maybe? Or Ahmad?
Go on.
Yeah, so we already talked about Arweave being a decentralized permanent storage solution, but no one mentioned smart Weave contracts on top. So traditionally we had smart contracts on Ethereum or any other blockchains where you had to pay for gas fees, you had to pay some sort of fees for miners to basically process your transaction. But on using smart Weave contracts on Arweave, it basically separates computation from storage. I think a few months ago, like 5-6 months ago, the Warp team was experimenting with training an entire machine learning model on chain. So because smart Weave contracts separate computation from storage, computation is happening on the client side. It's basically 100% free. It's not handled by the miners, and it's infinitely scalable. So they were testing things out, and I'm not sure about their progress now. But you can train AI or machine learning models directly on chain. Also using Arweave as a storage solution to store data, basically to use later on for AI is a really huge use case.
Yeah, to add to that, I think that there's three things. One I won't mention though, because I think there are things in the works about it. But two things that about the AI revolution that really affect Arweave. The first, or let's even say that Arweave can contribute to this wave. The first is storage of hashes of or the whole data of synthetic material. So one of the key questions in the AI revolution is, how do we do this safely, right? How do we make it so that we can move into this world where intelligence is available at more or less arbitrary scale for low cost, without moving into a world where we don't know what is true, right? Like if you can produce any sort of content about anything at virtually no cost, the world becomes a sort of dark forest, if you will, right? Like it's impossible to see whether the image you're seeing that claims to be of some great or terrible thing happening in politics is true or not, is real or not. And so one of the things that we can do with Arweave, and we've been working on an initiative called Rail for this, is to essentially store hashes of the outputs of synthetic content. So if you are a AI, just say like platform, some people like OpenAI, Stability, these types of producers of content, you can store a hash in Arweave when you output an image, for example, to the network, or rather to the user. And then when you do this, people can look up, was this image created by an AI model? And if we can get the large producers of synthetic content to all adopt this standard, it will be easy for people to search for whether the content they're seeing is actually real or not. So I think that that's a pretty important ability and capability to have. And Arweave provides a great way to do that because it's essentially an ownerless data ledger, right? So companies of one form or another can both contribute to it, can all contribute to it without having to ask permission and without having to trust another company or an organization to give them access. So it's this open data ledger that is enabling that. That's one component. Another, I think, is that we're essentially seeing the cost of producing user interfaces decline rapidly, right? So it used to be that a web application was a bundle of a user interface, so some source code, a set of application infrastructure, a set of data behind a domain name, more or less. And they came bundled as one. Arweave has already been unbundling layers of the stack, right? So you can upload data from one application and have it accessible by other applications, just to give one example. And you can pull back that application on different pieces of infrastructure. So you pay once to store the source code in the system, and then it can be sort of openly remixed when users access it through different infrastructure or different gateways, and also when different applications contribute data. This is all sort of an unbundling process. But what happens when that user interface becomes way cheaper to produce? You move into this world where they can be customized more and more. And so you can imagine a situation emerging where, well, Paul, for example, likes his decentralized Twitter with dark background, but Tom likes it with, for whatever reason, red background. Or perhaps more reasonably, Tom likes it with all of the universal data license rights visible when he accesses each piece of data that he's looking at. Whereas Seb is more interested in truthiness markets on the data he's seeing. Does the crowd believe that this data is true or not? Well, if the cost of producing web applications declines, these different customizations become more and more possible until you get to the point of what we call the data OS, which is essentially the theory that at the nth degree, at the end of this road, basically you will have a situation where you come along and you open the one app, we'll call it the data OS for short, and you say, hey, what happened in the world today? And the operating system, the data operating system, grabs the relevant piece of information from the network, pays the license fees that you need in order to access it, and then creates a rendering that is precisely tailored to you on the fly. And this is possible because basically you ask an LLM, hey, give me an app that does this or that, and it can more or less do it. It's relatively capable today, and where we are in 2 or 3 years from now will be like extremely capable. And so it can learn your preferences and find the right way to display data to you, in a powerfully customized way over time. And that's kind of where we think the web might go. And then essentially you just have this web that is mostly a big open lake of licensed indexed content. And then you have an AI working on your behalf, a user agent from the language of HTTP headers, which is customizing the way that is viewed by you, the renderer, if you will, that you're seeing when you access the data. Now that's going to take a little bit longer to play out. That's like a 10-year vision, I would say. But we already see the start of it coming into focus today. I mean, frankly, it's just easier to build web applications now than it was a year ago. And that means that there's more and more customization of access to the data set possible. That's something we're really excited about.
Okay, super interesting point. So maybe I'm taking a step back. If this vision comes true, right? So what does that mean for the content creators, and what role does then the UDL play into all this? Because I think that people are very almost instantly people started thinking, hey, how do I verify that something is the way that it was initially, right? And so you had different initiatives, one of which, like a very well-known one, is content credentials on Adobe, right? And they have like for things that are created using Adobe Firefly, which is like sort of like the LLM, they can just have metadata, so like directly embedded in the image that you create. Which for me, it sounded a little bit like, cool. Well, that's something that we already had on Arweave from the get-go. So you can have provenance, and you can also have guarantee of immutability. But then if you really have sort of like this data OS world, then what role does the UDL potentially play there? The UDL being the universal data license. How does that make sense? Because then people are just being like scraped all the time and not necessarily receiving the fruits of the label. So I don't know if maybe Tom, you have some thoughts on how the UDL plays a role here.
Yeah, I have some opinions, and again, I'm sure there may be better ones, but my thought with the UDL, and I think very quickly in the next few years, the equivalent of the robots.txt file, where you can have a website and you can say, I don't want robots to look at these pages. I think the UDL will play a part, or could play a part, in that kind of AI.txt file where you say, hey, I don't want this data to be included in any AI models, or if you do include it, I want you to pay me X amount of units to include it, essentially license it from the author. So that's my little idea. I think, and again, I kind of see more and more of these tech companies closing their APIs down because of AI. So I think Arweave could be a place where proper model building of AI data sets can be really tracked and used, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense, right? I mean, particularly not only the row.txt example, but the fact that you could use, that you have embedded in the asset itself, your wallet address, the copywriting regime, the royalty scheme that you have, that makes it like really useful to not have a platform dependency to, okay, now this platform needs to collect things, and it's a race to the bottom, and so at some point there's not going to be any fees associated with this, which is what happened with a couple of NFT platforms recently, right? So I think that is a sort of like a key differentiator there, and probably pretty useful in the future. But Sam, I think that you maybe wanted to say something, or yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think that like one of the key things that we haven't discussed is that if you go down this path as we think we will, you end up in a world where content is a way larger part of, if you will, the value stack. So it used to be on the web that there was, I think that this is stolen from Union Square Ventures. They had a blog post about this called the Fat Protocol Thesis, where basically they argued that in Web 1, the protocols accrued 0 of the value they produced, and 100% of the value was essentially captured by the companies that built on top of it. And maybe if it's a content company, then it's like 80% and 20% goes to the content. Even 15% most likely goes to the content creators in the end. Well, they saw this world emerging where actually the protocols could accrue value now, because they were looking at things like Ethereum and Bitcoin, which was, an exciting proposition if you're a VC trying to invest in stuff. And they basically saw that the applications would still accrue some of the value, but a lot of the value would accrue into the protocol. Well, we see a world emerging, which is kind of actually a 3-stack approach, where you say, okay, so the protocols accrue some value, yes, but the content accrues most of the value. When you upload to the data, when you upload to Arweave, you get to license it. And when people want to use your data, they have to abide by your terms. And you choose the terms. And you don't just publish to one application, you publish to all applications by default. And then the applications can create some value and capture it on top of that. But the content is the largest part of the value stack here. And I think that that's it's a pretty fundamental shift, and will really like change the power relations. It used to be you're a YouTuber and you've really got to hope that YouTube doesn't decide to demonetize your account for whatever reason, or they monetize it in the first place. Actually, you're making a lot of revenue for YouTube before they even give you the option to make money from it. Same is true of X and so on. Yes, and then you have to hope that they're not going to cut more. And really, like, it's a monopoly, so they can cut as much as they want from you, and you can't really do anything about it. You can't feasibly go to an alternative. Whereas this world that we're seeing coming is basically that the content creators accrue most of the value. They get to set the terms, and they're publishing not just to one application, but to all applications, which means they're not beholden to any individual company that is setting the rules. And so they own their voice in a way that they just can't do on the current web as well. I mean, that's just like a handful of the things that I think will affect content creators in this new world we see coming.
That's super interesting. What do you think? Okay, you mentioned, I like the analogy with the FAT protocol thesis. What do you think then the role of, and that's, again, these questions are open to anyone. What do you think then the role is of applications? So if I'm just working on a single, or like let's call it a stable application, stable user interface application, do I need to be worried, or what is the sort of like advantage there for me in this world that we're transitioning to? Any takers?
I have something I want to say about it, but like if someone else wants to go first, it's also okay.
I think that you can go for it.
Okay. Well, I think that we're basically offering a radically different proposition for developers as well, which is going to take some time to understand and to sort of come to terms with as an industry. But basically what we're saying is, look, you can produce an application now on a weekend. You publish it. You don't have to pay infrastructure costs anymore. When people access it, you can stick UDL on that application and actually have it so that people have to pay in order to access that user interface. So you're immediately revenue generating, which is a powerfully different approach. And you don't have to do all of this stuff to break the network effects that you used to have to do. And so actually the process of creating an application is way more hackathon style than Web 2, monopolistic company style. You don't have to work on it for 15 years. A weekend will be fine. But also the outcome, so the responsibilities are different too. You don't have to run any of your own infrastructure. You never have to pay for it again after it's published. But also the outcome is going to be smaller than if like building a Facebook or something like that. And you could build 20 different applications if you so desire instead. And that's kind of a result of the fact that fundamentally, you don't get user lock-in with a system like this to the application. The user is not locked into using your application. They can go to many different applications if they want, and that is a good thing. And so we're proposing something pretty radically different for developers. And I think that'll be an interesting communication challenge and onboarding challenge over the next few years, I suppose.
Right. So perhaps another way of thinking, or the way that I conceptualize it based on what we've been talking about here, is maybe the game for me now is I want to create as many versions of user interfaces as I can that are incentivizing people to contribute data that is licensed in a specific way using UDL, because the UI also will take a cut. This is something that you can determine here. And so my game here will be, as a developer or as an investor, just like, hey, what is the best way to get people to contribute and to this open data lake information that then someone else wants to use and has to sort of like pay for it? Would that be sort of like a fair assessment? Maybe Tom or Sam or Paul, Ahmad, what do you guys think? Does it make sense? Is a game that you, as you're either engineers and developers, is that a game that would be enticing for other folks?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, from my purview, this idea of being able to create evolutionary apps. So if I build something for the weekend and it's 60% there, and then Seb comes and adds 20%, and then Sam comes and adds another 20%, this ability for us all to benefit in that revenue stream. So like Sam said, just a lot more short-term projects. And again, with AI, there's probably going to be in the next few years where AI will be building these apps, right? And that'll be an interesting conversation in that. But just the ability to put a data license on it and license it, and then allow people to fork it and build on top of that and keep the terms of that license is pretty powerful, I think.
Maybe, Tom, it might be worth outlining what are evolutionary apps, because I'm not sure everyone in the audience will know.
Sure. So evolutionary apps is a concept that Sam came up with about 12 months ago. And we actually have a prototype in the Forward Research group called Darwin. And basically it allows you to essentially publish your application on the PermaWeb, but with the ability and the rules for someone to fork it. So in the developer community, I can take Sam's app of WeaveMail and I could take that source code if it's open source, and I could fork that, and then I could add my features, and then I could rebuild that and publish it. With Darwin and evolutionary apps, I'm basically creating a branch, and I'm using license and contract to say if I generate any revenue from my fork, that I continue to pay Sam. And you could have multiple branches of this as things build up, and essentially allow for multiple user interfaces, again, accessing the same data, and all the developers are able to essentially get their fair share when monetization happens to that application.
Thank you. Yep, super useful. I think that sometimes there's so many things happening here that it's very important to just spell these out. So thanks for that. All right, I know that we're coming up on time, and we probably all need to wrap it up. So perhaps any parting thoughts, and if it's okay with you, maybe we can just like go down the order that we have here in this slide, onto like what it looks like in the next 6 to 12 months for the Arweave ecosystem. Any things that you might want to highlight, or things that you're going to be working on to drive that future of the Arweave ecosystem. Maybe Sam, you want to get started?
Yeah, so I think as I described earlier, a big focus for us at Forward Research is, okay, we have the base layer of the composable web infrastructure in place now. In theory, you can do this. We have the universal data license, the storage system, of course, which is Arweave, and then the universal content marketplace where you can trade interest in these things. And we have the first sample, or I would say beta applications that like display this in practice. You can do data composability today. You see that the people upload assets to Alex, the archiving system, and they show up in Bazaar, for example, or you upload things with PST and they will show up in Now. This is great, but it's time to go kind of, I was about to say mainstream. Realistically, not quite mainstream to begin with, but closer to mainstream, with the first real world applications. And that's what I imagine that we will be seeing in the next 6 months or so, on top of a bunch of changes in the compute space that I think will be also very exciting. How about you, Tom?
Yeah, totally agree. And again, I think what I'll be working on is continuing to be improving on the protocols and really trying to work with teams to really add more discoverability to the assets. So we've got now dataos.so, so we can see what assets are being tagged, and just really try to work with teams to do that, but also kind of laser focused in this compute world, and to really see if we can't come up with some innovative approaches to create some really scalable compute. Just continuing to build off of all of the learned lessons in the ecosystem. So that's really what I'm kind of focusing on in the next 6 months.
Thank you very much, Tom. Paul, what about you?
Yeah, so on our side, it will be basically integrating more runtime. So right now we're focusing on Thunder means runtime, but we want really to expand to other runtime such Solana, like Mina, Aurora, Avalanche, and so on. I think what is quite interesting also for us, it's the EIP 4844 that is coming up with dunk sharding and so on. So for all like Ethereum data that know they are on a proof of stake mechanism, it's quite tedious for them to keep all this historical data. So we have a lot of research to do also with all layer 2. So it will be like mainly focusing on other runtime and bringing all historical data of almost any like proof of stake layer 1, layer 2 out there on Arweave to make those data permanently stored and accessible for everyone for the long term. So that would be our mainly focus, and after for sure extend the access of those data for like Web2 developers and Web3 developers in the future.
That's awesome. And where can people find you or follow Kive? What is the best place to do so and to stay on top of all these innovations?
So right now we have the Kive Academy. If you are like not like really dev, let's say, even if you are a dev, you can start using the Kive Academy. So we have made like courses, but also like not only about Kive, but blockchain in general, but also about Arweave. Why you should like, what is the difference between, for example, Arweave and Filecoin? Why Arweave is so like important for us, you know, like all these kind of resources. And then after, for sure, if you want to deep dive a bit more, I would say the docs are the best, but also GitHub. And for sure, like you are free to come on our Discord server if you have any question. Always, our team is always happy to answer. And if you want to build your own integration and start having a decentralized validation pipeline to Arweave, you can build it on top of Kive without any cost. You just go through the governance. We are fully permissionless, so anyone can use Kive basically.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really like the name, and reminds me of this other sort of like massive open online course thing called Khan Academy. I watched one of the first ones before they became a lot more professionalized. Anyway, thanks, Paul. What about you, Ahmad?
Yeah, so our main vision at WeaveDB is basically to onboard the next 1 million devs from Web2 into Web3, and we are doing this by trying to provide a seamless dev experience similar to Web2, to the Web2 world. So what we are working on for the next 6 months is to release our new rollup node. We announced this in Singapore last month. At Arweave Day. So our rollup will allow you to build a fully decentralized application using WeaveDB as an underlying database solution. And we are really excited for this because it will allow you to build like an infinitely scalable application, like social media dApps on top of WeaveDB and Arweave. So yeah, really excited to be a part of this journey and to contribute to the growth of Arweave.
Amazing. Where can people find more about WeaveDB? What is the best place?
So the official documentation, if you want to dive into how to build a database using WeaveDB, our docs are literally to the point and simple to follow. If you have any questions, please feel free to join our Discord. You can ask any questions you have. Also, we have so many tutorials on our website on how to build applications using WeaveDB and other protocols like Bundler or Lit protocol or Lens or others. So you can dive into these tutorials to integrate multiple tools with WeaveDB too.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Sam, Tom, Paul, Ahmad, for joining us and for jumping on this call to talk about like what we're going to be working on and what we can expect in the near future. And thank you so much for everyone that tuned in and for spending time here. You now know also where to find us and how to contribute. And a big thank you to PermaDAO and to Coral in particular. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a good one. See you on the PermaWeb.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks
everyone.
for having us.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
See you guys.